Ange, no clue, far from the land. Tottenham stranded in shadows, no man's land. Lost on the pitch, echoes in the night. Fans screaming loud, no end in sight. Shift the blame like drifting sand. Promises empty, no steady hand. Wandering clueless in the football mist. Wishing for a twist, but nightmares persist. Shift the blame like drifting sand. Promises empty, no steady hand. Wandering clueless in the football mist. Wishing for a twist, but nightmares persist. Where's the Leo we waited in vain? Pains us deeply, every season the same. No direction, stumbling blind. Tottenham's lost its mind. Speechless, impressed, they're at the ground. No solutions, nowhere to be found. Fans on the side, hearts turned to stone. Stadium echoes a lonesome drone. Whispers in the air, they speak of change. Up on the horizon feels so strange. Question marks in every wayward pass. And close the future fading fast. Where's the Leo we waited in vain? Pains us deeply, every season the same. No direction, stumbling blind. Tottenham's lost its mind. Where's the Leo we waited in vain? Pains us deeply, every season the same. No direction, stumbling blind. Tottenham's lost its mind.
The first game we look for, Robbie. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away.
How you doing, everybody? Welcome to Tottenham Away, the best place to be in town post-match football day. Thanks for being here as always, guys. Smash a like, hit the notification bell, and if you've got any comments, put them in the comments. We will get them up on the screen during the show. If you've got any questions, put your super chats in, and we will get your questions or any topics you'd like us to debate. Smash a like, subscribe, notification bell, all that good stuff. So, before I bring in everybody else, and I've got a cracking panel tonight, I just want to say this because this has been I think, coming a long time, and I don't want the others to be part of this. This is from me and me only. For a long, long time, I have been protesting. I have been trying to fight the cause and doing what I can to make some kind of significant change, a realism at Spurs. What am I talking about? It's these two. Be under no illusion. These two are the biggest problem, and they will always be the poison of Spurs. Daniel Levy and Joe Lewis. I've been to the protests. I've done it, and I kept doing it. But fans didn't want to back it. Fans laughed at us, and fans never wanted to take action. Back in the summer, I went on We Are Tottenham TV, and I said, we lack any ambition. The day we signed Werner, I was on there for almost 30 minutes and I said this would happen. Everything you're now seeing, I predicted. It started 6 years ago when I wanted these two out. I tried to fight for change. I went on We Are Tottenham TV and said this would happen. And all I got was this. Stel, you're a pessimist. We won't be in a relegation battle. You're fear-mongering. A poll in the summer. Will Arsenal finish below Spurs? Will Spurs finish above Arsenal? 40% of Spurs fans said yes. They ignored that these two are the owners. They ignored the fact that us protesters were bang on the money. They ignored the video where I said what was going to happen. But no, I'm a pessimist. You're fear-mongering. And we will finish above Arsenal. So the reason I'm saying this is because I am not having what I'm seeing now. And what I'm seeing now is this. Abby Summers saying that Ange will go. She's Enic out. She's Levy out. This is a high profile media person. She never protests. Flav, he's got to go, ain't he? Another one that's defended Levy and Enic. Another one that's taken digs at the protesters. Another one who doesn't attend protesting. Chris Cowlin, another high media Spurs profile account. He's taking pictures of Levy and Cullen. They've all got off the bus at Goodison. Mate, no one cares. Pull your finger out and protest. Kate, calling out Ange tonight, blaming Ange. She had plenty to say about me when I was saying Ange was a problem and Levy and Enic were the problem. Lee McQueen saying Enic out. He absolutely lambasted all of us that were Levy out before. Why isn't he protesting? What good is this? Ricky Sachs. Unfortunately, we can't remove the ownership, he says. He's blaming Ange and taking all responsibility away from the ownership, saying we can't remove them. No, Ricky, this is shameful. You do not protest. You don't take action. That's the issue. And people replied to him saying, if the ownership needs changing, why don't you arrange protests? Spot on. This person saying, and you just shrug your shoulders and accept it. Spot on. Guys, this cannot happen. We cannot be at a stage where this ownership has run the club into the ground, football-wise. The manager's out of his depth. They appointed the manager. And these big accounts, the Flavs, the Summers, the Cowlins, the McQueens, the Ricky Sachs, simply brush it as if, yeah, we can't do anything about it. It's all on the manager. No, it's on you and you as large-scale accounts or individuals in the Spurs community to take action. And it's not just down to me, Brian Daigle, and all the others that have been doing it for years. If you want change, you have to bring it to the table and you need to get involved. So that said, let's start the show. We're going to bring in Dan, got Mari, the return of Rez. Rez is back.
Hello.
We've got a few others joining shortly. But guys, listen, sorry to start a show like that, guys, but I can't watch what I think is coming next. And for people just to throw another manager under the bus, as much as he has to be, because he's very culpable. But if Levy and Enic get away with it again, it's because the Spurs fans are going to allow it. And that cannot be the case. We cannot just say we can't get rid of him. No. If you don't try, then, of course, you can't make change. But to not try and already dismiss putting any effort into it, I can't buy it. Anyway, Mari, brother, how you doing, man? Dan, you good? Rez, Dietrich, boys and girls, everyone all right?
Same Spurs, different day.
Yeah, all good, all good. Yeah, sat there, watched my club essentially fall down the toilet today. You know, we're just waiting for that final flush, it seems, at the moment. I'm very much sort of aligned with what you say, Stel. The what we hear over and over is, oh, we can't get rid of these owners. And it's like, I've been saying it for years. I've taken nearly 2 years away from streaming. And I was saying it right at the beginning. People think that because Daniel Levy is one of the sort of bigger owners, you know, and has the backing of the person who owns the majority of the club, then that automatically means that he will be chief executive for life, president, chairman forever. And it's like, it's not actually how corporations work. You don't have to be the chief executive just because you own the biggest share of, block of shares, or that someone you know owns the biggest block. I mean, if that was the case, then Joe Lewis would be our chief executive, not Daniel Levy. The club, like any other corporate organization, has the ability to go out there and basically find someone to be the chief executive and to be the chairman. You don't even have to be the chairman of the board if you own the largest block of shares. These things are things that can happen. But what you hear is, oh, we can't get rid of them, so there's no point. Yeah, there is a point. But you know what? I say, even if there isn't a point, let's say you fail, which would you rather? To have said that you actually tried to defend the football club you purport to support, or to just sit back and let it happen to you, is my view. And for me, I mean, I've not been that active, I will admit, the last couple of years. But I've stood on the barricades. I've stood on the line and sort of raised my voice. I've done something, and I'd be willing to do it again. And I might fail, but at least I tried. What?
And that's the thing that gets me, Rez. You've got 62,000 people that go to a stadium on a match day. You've got 20,000 subscribers, 30,000. Some have got 100,000 subscribers of these YouTube channels and accounts. There's more than enough people out there that we can reach to try and galvanize change. And you go to a protest and 200 people turn up. And you think, well, of course Levy's getting away with it. We, the fans, are letting him get away with it by saying, well, you can't force them out. You can't, they're not going anywhere. Yeah, because of your attitude. Your attitude is allowing that. And like you said, we don't even try. We don't even give it a go. We just surrendered. It's like this. It's like doing Spanish football. They just wave the white flag.
I think the thing that people need to realize, I don't believe that Joe Lewis or Daniel Levy will ever sell their stake in Tottenham. I don't. Okay. But the one area where they're weak, the one area where both of them demonstrate that they're vulnerable is in the media. If you turn the spot, Daniel Levy, I believe, has done 4 interviews in 20 odd years of sort of running the club. Joe Lewis has done 1, and I'm talking about not just regarding Spurs. I'm just talking about generally. Joe Lewis has done 1 interview in that period of time. These people don't like the spotlight. Why do you think Donna Marie Cullen attends so many games holding little Danny's hand? Yeah, because she's the mouthpiece. She's the one that can filter it all through. If they start getting media attention, she will start to fail in her job, and they will start to feel very uncomfortable. I celebrated Jamie Carragher a couple of weeks ago, would you believe, right? Because he turned around, him and Jamie Redknapp, after, I think it was the Chelsea game, I think it would have been, saying, this ownership has not done enough. And then it went silent, probably because little Auntie Donna decided that was too much media attention and clamped down.
He also said they should sell up. He did state it clearly today.
That's right.
Yep, you're right.
But
we play like a huge
yeah, and the point is that what we can do as fans is, yeah, the protest is one thing, but if we raise our voices enough, the narrative becomes so big, has so much heat in it that they can't clamp down on it. And so it starts to build pressure. And so Daniel Levy, who wants to avoid, yeah, absolutely. Sue Smith's put in there now. Jordan is Levy's pal. Yeah, absolutely. So they've got a mouthpiece in these places, right? Of course, wealth defending wealth. Where have we seen that before? What will happen is that if there's enough momentum behind it, if there's enough fans who raise their voices in the right places, eventually the narrative takes on a life of its own, and they can no longer control that narrative. The problem you have with the protests is that they're not wonderfully well organized. They're not doing the key things that every protest movement should do, which is not just to raise the voice so they're heard widely or heard by the object of their protest, but done in such a way that actually educates those that either disagree or haven't made up their mind yet. And that doesn't happen enough, in my view. I've said before, if the protesters really want to frighten Donna Marie Cullen and Daniel Levy, don't put up banners with slogans on them, although they should do that anyway. Get a trestle table with a load of leaflets on it and hand those leaflets out to people as they pass. Yeah.
The thing is, Reds, right? Reds, Murray, I'll bring you in. Murray, 1 minute. I'll bring you in. Murray, 1 sec. I'll bring you in. I just want to say one thing on what Rez said, and then you can go next. I agree with you, Rez. The protests don't work because they're not organised well. But here's the thing. When you tell the others who criticise, go on then, show us, lead the way, come, organise it, they all go hiding. And what I found is a lot of people like to point the finger and say, shit, no solutions. And when you offer them to show the solution or to take the reins, they don't want to know. And that's why I know.
We tried. We actually tried. We set something up a while ago and it just failed.
Can I interject here?
Go for it.
Can I go next? I kind of want to give the American perspective on this because it all relates. So today, and I sent Stel an image. I see a lot of disgust, right? Those are Twitter, X, other famous podcasters, like expressions. Get Ange out. The board, Levy. You hear people, the board, Levy. People complain. Oh, you want Ange out? You're following this model. You're following this model that you see up on the screen. Who implements that model? Daniel Levy and the board. You can remove it, so. Who implemented that model? Daniel Levy and the board for 24 years. If you're so disgusted by that model, for those who want Ange still in, right? You're falling into Levy's trap. Okay, so you're smart enough to figure out that people are falling into Levy's trap. You're disgusted by the team's 3-0 performance in the first half. You're disgusted by 1 win in 10 games and being 15th. You're smart enough to be disgusted that it's a Levy, if you believe Ange is the coach, it's a Levy and Enic problem. It goes back to what Raz is saying. Then why you don't protest? Why don't you protest? Why are you complaining? It's like complaining about being in a marriage, right? Where you could enact, right? Call your lawyer. I'm getting divorced. But no, you choose not to do that. So you stay in the marriage and you complain. It's the same thing if someone's going through a certain type of abuse, right? Leave, run, don't stay. So, as Raz brought up the protests, the number one reason why it does not work, and this is why I bring an American perspective, and this is what I'm trying to understand is, as much as people complain about Levy and Enic, even the Ange people, right, who don't protest, right, but they're complaining, right? In regards to protesting and making change, not everybody's on board. And that's a challenge. We said this. Some people just go there to be entertained. Well, really be entertained? Like losing? Right? There's people who are straight up the P word. I'm not going to say anything to get us demonetized. There's no cohesion. Where in America, there are certain teams. I'm a Knicks fan, right? I'm bringing basketball here. The Knicks are finally respectable because of the years of a whole fan base protesting. The media can't hide it. The media came on board. People walk into the arena, Madison Square Garden, the world most famous arena.
Mari, they protest here. It's just Spurs.
People bags and then over the head. You know, it almost is not, because people think volatile is violent. No. these owners, right? Our owners, right? The general manager, they heard the people. Because that's the number one thing that Ange, and you're right, this is the number one thing that Levy can't control is the fan base, right? If you have people time and time again walk out the stadium, say the 63rd minute or the 60th minute, the last time we won the Premier League, right? They walk out 3 minutes, or 60th minute. The last people are singing and booing throughout. People singing, Levy out throughout the game, right? Because at the end when they sing it, they turn up right. They turn up the stereos,
Music.
right? The music, right? They can't do that during the game, but yet we have the opposite. 5-1 down, the same day as the protest. People singing Ange's name. People are singing, and then we make a fluffy song, say we don't like Levy, he don't care about us, but we do love Kulu. What kind of freaking protest song is that? That is horrible. You know, sing songs, we're not gonna take it. You know, you want to sing songs like that. You want to sing songs like Public Enemy, you know, Overthrow the System, you know, you
Or
want to
just sing, we want Levy out, we want Levy out. That's the song.
It's very simple. So the thing is, today, I laugh at all those people. Oh, it's Daniel Levy. Oh, it's a complain, but you choose to do nothing, and that's the problem with this fan base. Either people are scared or they accept this. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. There's just some people who just don't want to move the status quo, and that's why I say this is the club that you deserve. You get what you deserve. That's
well
my
said. Murray, let me bring in Dietrich because he just wanted to quickly say something before he goes. Dietrich, how you doing, bro? By the way, big up, Has. Good to have you on the show, man.
Yeah, good to see you guys.
Yeah, Dietrich, go for it.
First of all, good morning. Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well.
As good as we're gonna.
Yeah, there's too much. Can I go next? There's too much.
You are next, Dietrich. You are. It's you.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Okay. I just want to say something quickly because I can't be bothered being here anymore. I'm fucking sick and tired. I just want to say I told everyone back in February this manager is not good enough and the fan base is an issue. I even made a petition saying Ange is the problem, and everyone made fucking fun of me. I was getting cursed. I was getting fucking attacked. I was getting personal attacks everywhere, but nobody fucking listens. I told everyone, these players are not good enough. Pape Sarr is a joke of a player. But once again, look at what happens. The only time Dan have been screaming for a back three decides to play the wrong players. Again and again and again. And I even said, the only way you can get those owners out, it has to be violence. I don't promote violence. I hate violence.
No, you can't. Dietrich,
No,
you can't be violent. It can't be.
No. I'm saying this. No. That's you guys. I'm saying this. The only way you make a statement now.
Yeah, but you can't say that on our channel because it's going to come back and bite me. And
No.
Mari,
I'm saying
on
this.
the channel. No, yes.
Yeah.
You can't be promoting
Okay.
violence.
Okay, if I ever see Daniel Levy, I'm gonna have an issue with him, and I'm done. I'm out. I'm fucking
That's a
done.
better way to put it.
Yeah, that bit's all right. You can't do the other bit though. Oh, he's actually gone. All right, good. Listen, by the way, I don't mind. I let everyone say what they want, but there's some things we will get absolutely battered for. So, you know,
No, you can't incite violence. I'm sorry, you cannot incite violence in any way, right? And whether it's an observation, and I'm speaking in terms of someone who understands the law, whether or not he's speaking in terms of an observation or that could still be construed as incitement to violence, and that's not acceptable. This is football. Really, when you get down to it, it's not that important, right? I get incredibly angry about what happens with Spurs, and I get incredibly angry about Daniel Levy and that lot. But I draw the line at violence. Yeah, you just can't. It's not correct, because that's ultimately that just becomes might equals right. So if I'm stronger than you, I can do what I want. You know, that's uncivilized, that's barbaric, that's savage. Yeah, and there's no place for it in football. We saw back in the 80s and the 70s and even into the 90s, and we still have some of it here. And you see what Dutch football is like. You see the violence and what it can cause, and no one should want that. If it came to a choice of Enic continue with what they do, the only way to stop them is violence, then I say, fine, let them continue to do what they do, because it's still better than being violent.
Listen, no violence, man. As soon as Dietrich said it, I said, no, don't do that. I just want to do a couple of super chats, then we'll get Dan and Hassan. Big up to @Vatron, I think. Evening all, 10 a.m. tomorrow. If we haven't heard, the fat coach driver has gone by then. We are in big trouble because the board are tanking the club. I think a lot of people feel that way now. William, big up to you. Can't wait for away days at Oxford United. Wait till we play Millwall. That'll be a good one, won't it?
Oh my God.
Michael, big up. Levy out, Enic out, channel member. Bring it, big boy, channel member. Thanks for being here. London Nomad. Just noticed Ange has the same poor run that Arteta had in his first full season. No, he didn't. Arteta never went below 8th. 1 win, 2 draws, 7 losses, 5 out of 30 points. Big difference is Ange has already spent 400 million.
And this is Ange's second season.
This is Ange's second season. But the thing is, Arteta won a trophy in his first 6 months. And also, he didn't spend this kind of money, which is what you've said as well. So fair play to you. Dan, let me come to you and I'll come to Haas. Where are you at with this board? Listen, we will get into the game, but like I can't sit here and listen to fans say things like Enic out, Levy out, and then follow it up by saying, but they're not going anywhere. There's nothing we can do. Because that is literally you. I just find it's all virtue signaling. Let me say what sounds cool so I can fit in, but I don't really mean it because I'm not going to do anything. But I'll just say it because that way you'll still like me because that's the current conversation. What would you make of it?
50-50. I mean, I can understand why a lot of people would sit there and say, I want Levy out of the club. I want him to go, but it just ain't going to happen. I want to win the lottery, but it just ain't going to happen.
Yeah, but the lottery, hold on 1 minute, Dan, the lottery is down to someone else picking balls out of a hat and you trying to guess the same numbers. You choosing to go and protest is all on you. How's that?
That's what I was about to go over to the next. That's where I was going to go over to the next side because I can see it from both sides. And then on the other side, if you're going to shout and scream about it so much, well, then surely we got to do something about it. But every time you've set it up and whatever in the past and stuff like that, like you said, there was quite a few even agreed here, but all they did was walk past and say, keep it up. Well, a lot of help that is, isn't it? I think other people are just that much. It's just as a club as a whole, it's the way I've described it for time. We are accepting, whether it be accepting the way we play, whether it be accepting the manager, whether it be accepting players, whether it be accepting who owns the club and the way we spend money. We have a majority of our fan base that is just too accepting and just too willing to make an excuse for anything and everything. And is that going to change? Is anything going to change? It's only when people and the fan base actually start working together as a majority. Now, one thing I've said, I believe, is one of the most powerful things out there is social media. It's more powerful than I think a lot of people actually realise. With the ones you just mentioned, like before we came on here, you're totally right. I agree with you 100% on everything you've said. If certain bigger channels were to start sticking together and working together, instead of just posting a little picture of we want Levy out or whatever, or Enic out and just leaving it at that, but actually started working together with the smaller channels, with the other channels, with the big channels, and then next thing you know, you've got a load of more people all teamed up together, and the word to get about a hell of a lot. People working together is basically what I'm saying. But then it goes back to what you said. There's too many of them that are just speak for the moment, not the whole situation as such. And until people start working together, will things change? No.
There's a couple of comments I saw in there that were interesting. Yeah, one of them was, I think it was Dazzy to Jazzy. I think it was, great name by the way. he said, what we can do is basically boycott the partners, right? Boycott the club's commercial partners, right? You don't use, I mean, who the hell uses Cinch anyway on a daily basis? But, you know, you don't use Cinch. You don't use, I don't think Get Here do our things anymore. But you don't use them. And you make it known that you're not going to use them. Again, it's all about soft influence, right? Hard influence would be you're a billionaire and you launch a hostile takeover to force them to sell. That's something you could do. We can't do that because none of us is a billionaire. What we can do is raise our voices. And this is the thing that gets me. This does annoy me a little bit, I've got to say. They say, oh, they're not going to leave, so we won't do anything. What do you lose by trying? What do you lose by trying? Yeah. But there is another constituency out there as well. One constituency out there who, and I tell this story a lot, and the people around me are probably sick of hearing it. I went to the last protest I went to. It was me and Kim and a couple of other people we knew. Brian was there, Ben Kaufman was there, and we were just basically speaking to people as they passed. Will you join the protest? Do you support Levy? Do you think Levy should leave? All of this stuff. And one guy walking past, this older guy, said, no, I support Levy. I want him to stay. And I asked him why. He said, because he's made us sustainable. That was the first thing. So then I pressed him on it a little bit and I said, okay, could you explain why, if we're sustainable, Arsenal can spend similar amounts of money to us and do better, right? Sorry, no, I said, why is it that Arsenal can spend similar amounts of money to us and they don't seem to be in any danger of going out of business and do better? And so he moved on to something else. Like every time I sort of pressed him on what he was saying, eventually we got to the truth. And the truth was, in his own words, I've seen us win everything already, so it doesn't really matter. Right? There are people out there also like that. They don't care. They don't give a rat's ass about the other people who support the club. I've seen us win, that I can remember, 2 trophies in my time. My hopefully soon to be father-in-law has seen Spurs win every one of their trophies bar 2, and yet he still protests. Try. It won't kill you. Take 20 minutes to stand with the protesters at a match. Do something inside the stadium. Don't spend some money in the stadium, right? Is it really that important for you to purchase cat's piss beer at an inflated price in the stadium? Why don't you patronize some of the other non-Tottenham owned businesses? Give them some of that money. Isn't that what a football club is supposed to be? It's supposed to be a community thing where everyone benefits from it. But at the moment, the only people that are benefiting from it are 2 rancid old billionaires, ultimately, and their little Auntie Donna puppet, who actually seems to pull one of their strings. Is that what you want for your club? For your money to be going into their pockets without you even saying anything about it? Is my view.
It's hard to disagree with anything. Honestly, it just drives me insane, this whole they're not going anywhere, that defeatist attitude. Haas, I'll bring you in. Quick super chat or 2 here. Vindaloo, big up. Stel and the panel, thank you so much, Vindaloo. By the way, good evening, Vindaloo. Phil Coy's Son upset at full time was a joke in terms of being a captain. Listen, we're gonna speak about Son later on because he's simply not the player he was, and it happens to every good player at some point. He's just not that player. Haas, listen, before you tell us your thoughts, how was Miami, man? You went to Miami.
Much better than today.
I bet it was.
Yeah, Miami was amazing. Honestly, I got away for a couple of weeks. Lucky enough to get a bit of sunshine. and I heard everyone was freezing their asses off back in the UK.
Yeah, it was cold, very cold.
Oh yeah, it was really nice to get away. But alas, we're back again, and suffering once again with this cold weather. But yeah, it's good to be back. As you all know, I've taken a bit of a hiatus from YouTube, but you know, today of all
Like
days,
me has. It just got too much.
it just the pressure got a bit too much, and I was like, do you know what? I need to come and sort of
I
release.
don't blame you guys. I don't blame you guys,
tension and,
honestly.
you know. But yeah, today was just awful, and I've got to be honest with you guys. I stopped watching after the first half. I just couldn't take anymore. You know, I want to believe in this team. I wanted to believe in what Ange was doing, and ultimately everything's just getting worse and worse every week progressively. But the only thing that's not changing is the stance on this manager, unfortunately. And it's really frustrating, really frustrating, you know, from online comments to people backing Ange, you know, trying to believe the process, to, you know, numerous other things. It's just not working out. And I really, sorry, that was my Siri going off. I really do believe that for change to come, we need the whole entire fan base to unify, to put a united front on. It's just not going to happen at the moment because there's far too many people who have divided opinions. To achieve anything, you need a majority to think the same way, and unfortunately, we haven't got that. Yes, I know, Rez. I know what you mean. You know, actions do speak louder than words sometimes.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. This is something that people think. It doesn't actually take a majority to affect change. It only takes a unified about 20 to 25% of a group to want change within that group for it to occur. So it's not quite. You don't need the majority of Spurs fans. You only need a small proportion of them to actually elicit a movement, to turn it into a movement. Whether that movement succeeds or not isn't about numbers. It's about how you go about it and what
You're right.
opposition wants.
You're right. And
yeah,
the
it's
way
not the
to
majority.
you're right. And the way to describe that is, I don't want to get too much into it, but you look at one side of beliefs to another side of beliefs. One side of beliefs is actually a lot smaller than the other side of beliefs, but because that belief is 10 times louder, it gets what it wants. If you all know
It's
where
not
I'm
even
coming from.
loudness. The thing is, it's never two sides.
Well, it is. No, but you just
No,
basically said it is about the loudness.
No, that's not what I said. That isn't what I
So
said.
the 25% then are the ones who have to be out loud and talking, don't they?
I said they want change. I didn't say that they necessarily
Okay,
protesting.
my bad. But then they have to be the ones who are out loud and speaking, because if you
Not
just say want
necessarily.
change,
doesn't come about just through protest. Let's say, for instance, you had 25% of CEOs and they all decided that they're suddenly going to reinstitute child labor, right? Unless those 75% left actually oppose it, then that is likely to happen.
okay, right. Being loud might be the wrong phrase.
The other thing to bear in mind is that in every constituency, it's not just two, it's actually three. You have those that want change, those that don't want change, and those that don't care either way as well. Then on top of that, in a group like this, you've also got all sorts of other voices too. It becomes whether or not you get a 25% or so. It's not exact. You get a 25% or so of people who have enough organization and enough unity to actually send a message that's clear enough. It doesn't have to be loud. It just has to be clear.
You've taken figure of speech, yeah? We just speak different then. Figure of speech, be the loud ones. Be the ones that get heard, whether it's in paper, whether it's shouting, whether it's sending messages, whether it's whatever. It's the smaller amount that stick together and are the loudest over it, that will do the most over it, whatever way you want me to put it, yeah? The ones that will react and do something. And a smaller amount can get heard a lot more than the other amount that don't do anything.
Do you know what's funny, right? When you go to the protest,
it as a figure of speech.
You know, when you go to the protest, you get like 200, 250 people max. The stadium's 62,000, okay? So 1% is what, 620?
620.
Right. if we got 620 people on that high road, that is a significant voice. Just 1% on that high road bit, that captures everyone's attention. You hear it, you see it, the media will be attracted to it. If we just got 2%, we've now got a serious protest in the making. We can't even get 1% of the fans to want to take action. But they all moan online. They all moan on YouTubes and podcasts and X. The moaning in this fan base. But when you say to them, can you just come and take a bit of action? You can't even get 1% together. Haz, did you finish what you were saying, by the way?
No, but I mean, you guys made good points.
Yeah, sorry.
So it's not a problem at all. But piggybacking off what you're saying, still, I genuinely think a lot of fans just expect it to sort of blow over, and then the chairman just changes the situation by, hiring a new manager or something else. A lot of people are comfortable in that fact, but this situation where we're sort of flirting with relegation and stuff hasn't happened for a while, and this is what surprises me even more is that now that we're flirting with relegation, it's still not enough to sway certain sections of fans, and it's quite mind-boggling, really. But for me, I think, considering the THST were shut down despite their sort of concerns over the chairman's policy, the club's policy, it doesn't bode well for us that actually want a change, because Rez, as you would know, the THST come out and said, we're worried about the direction this club's going. We're worried about certain aspects of their policies, this, that, and the other, and they were shut down. It's like they didn't even exist. One of them even resigned, as you know. I don't know who the fella was, what his position was. You guys might know better. So the chairman resigned over the situation, and if he's been brushed off, if they're being brushed off, people are thinking, well, what chance do I have? What difference is it going to make if I go to a protest? This is not what I believe, by the way, but this is what I'm sort of saying might be the case. They're probably saying, well, what difference is it going to make if I try and make a difference? And that sort of has.
And ultimately, it will take, as things are at the moment, it will take disaster for people to actually wake up, and disaster would be relegation.
Because currently,
if we're relegated, it would be.
Would still enough people do anything? Actions speak louder than words.
I don't know.
I mean, look at what happened with Arsenal. Would you say with Arsenal, where they went and had their protests, whatever? Would you say the majority of the fans turned up, or a smaller amount?
No, it's always.
I know the security guy that was overseeing that at Arsenal, because he also doubled up at Spurs as security officer, and he said to me there was up to 10,000 fans that came to the Emirates twice.
So that's not the majority of fans doing it, but they're the ones out there being the loudest. They're the ones that got heard. Actions speak louder than words. Whichever way you want to do the
15% of the stadium, 15% of 15 to 20% of the stadium.
Yeah,
and they boycotted games. Don't forget, before Wenger got sacked, the stadium was half. Then, do you know what? Let me bring Ian in.
But they got listened to. That's what I'm saying, because they had actions. They got listened to.
Yeah, they did. No, Dan, you're spot on. They listen. They got the attention, and it got the.
And it was the smaller amount that turned up. But if you're the loudest ones, and you're the ones that have caused the most hassle, whichever way you want to take hassle, you are the one that will get listened to. If you are not a problem or a threat in any means or manner, you don't get listened to. You only get listened to, not just in football, but life, when you become a pain in the arse, when you're a problem, when you're a threat. That is when you get listened to. And even though it would be the smaller amount, you become a hassle, you become that much of a pain in the arse, you get listened to. We don't.
But basically,
because we're not a problem. Sorry to jump on very quickly. I saw a comment earlier on. It's sort of like, if people didn't turn up, so the Koreans will still bolster the club. It's like, but those Koreans who turn up have only got their ticket because other fans have sold theirs. That's the point. If people didn't sell their tickets, for instance, the Koreans wouldn't get in because it's their ticket. The club would be breaking the law if they sold that person's ticket without that person's permission, right? So what happens is that Tottenham fans who might not necessarily want to go, they might think, oh, well, I'm not going to turn up. That's my protest. I'll sell my ticket. No, it's not a protest because there are thousands lining up to take it. The real protest would be, I'm not going and I'm not going to sell my ticket. Then when you've got empty seats in the stadium, then when you don't have queues out of the club shop that go all the way down the length of the stadium, then they might take notice. If you stop spending inside the stadium and their commercial, the figures for their takings from the bars,
They'll take notice of that.
start to go down,
Yeah.
they might take notice. If they hear from their commercial partners, oh, we've been getting just random one or two little tweets from Tottenham fans saying that they're not going to use our product because we sponsor you, Mr. Levy. You know, those things, soft influence causes potential change.
Yeah, and Reds, we do nothing. We don't boycott the club shop. We don't boycott the food and beverage. We don't boycott the games. We don't protest. Like, we literally do nothing. Ian, I just want to do a couple of super chats and I'll bring you in. Time to Dare to Do says, let's speak up and let our voice be heard and create a petition and persuade as many channels as we can to come together. Time to Dare tried this.
Tried it.
Non-starter. They're just not interested. But listen, good idea. London Broil, mate, that's a huge super sticker. Thank you. Do you want to put some comments in, London Broil, so we can at least read what you think? Listen, put a couple of chats in so I can read out what you say, because, you know, it's nice. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. But put some comments in so we can actually share what you think as well, because that's a fair donation to not even say something. All right. But thank you, buddy. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Mike Zappa as well has just put one in. Big up, Mike. Now, this is a man that's been to all the protests. This is a man that gets his face in front of the Sky cameras as well. If we get relegated, what would all of the sponsors, NFL and F1, do? Can they get out of their contract? Well, we don't know. Don't know what clauses there are. But again, it's not
the NFL will still be there. We have a top quality stadium. The NFL Europe is going full on board. They just signed the Bernabeu at Madrid. Yeah, even for championship level football, that stadium will still host 2 NFL games. So it's
Yeah,
not.
I think Murray's right. What you need to consider, Murray, is that we'll be playing 3 extra games if we drop down to the championship. So just putting it out there.
But they
Don't tell Lee that. He'll send us down on purpose.
Yeah, they already predetermined those dates. They'll know our schedule, the championship schedule, and they will pick those 2 NFL dates where they have the sponsorship. Okay, but the NFL games, it won't do anything to the NFL.
There you go. That's an American who knows his NFL. I hope that answers your question, Mike. Ian, you go to pretty much every away game, so you get to see a type of fan that's a bit more diehard, a bit more hardcore, follows the team around Europe, up and down the country, no matter what, puts a lot more money out of their pocket into football, because going to away games isn't cheap. Travel, food, drinks, sometimes hotels and whatnot. What's the mood with that part of the fan base? Because today I heard quite a few "we want Levy out" chants in the away end. Again, though, 3,000 away fans, how many go to the protest? It's certainly not 3,000, because we only get 200. So something's not adding up here. What do you make of it?
The away fans, I didn't go today. That was my choice. It's on telly. You know, I want to see something from my team, just something. You know, I spend a lot of time and money travelling the country to see Spurs, and if you give it 100%, like the team that went down in '77 wasn't a great team. I mean, you had Perryman in it, you had Hoddle in it, but they were giving 100%. They were just a poor side. We had too many poor players in it, but it was worth going around the country, because you got 100% from them. The team we're watching now is so poor, for whatever reason, but that's not the the reason for this conversation. So I'll stick on where we are. The away fans for Forest and Arsenal were very quiet. Very, very quiet. Quietest 2 games I can remember for a long, long time. It was just apathy. It was, you're looking at it and you can hear plenty of criticism about individual players. For me, and I've sort of come in late, so I missed the first part of what you were saying, Rez. But I think that the demonstrations, the protests outside the ground have obviously not worked. What does work? You need literally all the South Stand singing Levy Out and getting the rest of the ground singing it. You need, people constantly through the game. Sponsors will hear this because the problem is people keep going, and if we do get relegated, and don't think it's impossible, albeit we're 8 points clear. We lose to Ipswich, we're 5, and Ipswich's recent record has been a lot better than Spurs. And McKenna's a good coach, and he's getting the best from his team, and they're starting to find their feet in the Premiership. Same with Wolves under this new owner. I don't expect them to get anything at Chelsea, but since the new owner came, new manager, their form's much better. So we could get sucked into this very, very quickly. And, you look at next Sunday's fixture and you think, should be a given 3 points. Nothing's a given with this team at the moment. We're down to bare bones. You don't know who's going to get injured on Thursday as well. We just seem to be picking up injury after injury. So at the moment, it's very, very worrying. Levy's got this misguided sense of loyalty to a manager for the first time in 24 years. And this nightmare just seems to be going on and on and on. So you've got key players that are missing. You've got more, as one player or 2 players come back. You've had Richie and Davis come back, and you've lost Johnson, Basuma, and Solanke. So you can't even get players back.
Didn't Spence limp off as well today?
Yes,
After the game.
he hobbled off. Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, the whole thing's very worrying, and the fan base, I don't know. They just seem there's such apathy that there were more proper fans that cared when the Tottenham Action Group galvanised 5,000 to 10,000 every match, and there were protests outside the main gates after every match and before every match. It's not like that now. It's been gentrified. You've got tourists in there who are not interested. You've got people spending big money in a block right in the middle of the South Stand. What's all that about? The South Stand was going to be like Dortmund, or that's what it was based on, having a wall of blue and white like Dortmund have a wall of yellow. It's nothing. I'm sorry, the whole thing is going downhill. And as I said on your show the other night, still, if you neglect your business, then sooner or later you come a cropper. And Levy's got away with it for 24 years because he's had Martin Jol, he's had Harry Redknapp, he's had Mauricio Pochettino, he's had players like Bale, Modric.
He's changed the business. The money's still coming in, regardless of the quality of football. He's changed the business. He's looking after the business. It's not football anymore.
Yeah, in one aspect, he hasn't neglected the business. He's made 10 times more of a business of it.
Right, but if I talk about the last set of figures,
I'll bring you in, Rez. I'll bring you in.
Last set of figures, June 30th, 2023, which came out around this time last year. There was a turnover of 549 million, of which 70 million was non-footballing activities. Now that was 2 years. We're in the second year since that set of figures came out. So I'm sure the non-footballing side has gone up quite a bit. But just from that, you've got literally an 85% percentage of football revenue coming in. So say it's 65 now. At the end of the day, the key thing is the first team. That's what drives the whole business. He's neglected the first team. He doesn't have the Bales and the Modric's and the Kanes, Ledley Kings, Van der Vaarts. He's got a very, very average set of players compared to a lot of the players we've had over Enic's tenure. So the whole thing is looking, for me, if we don't get relegated this year, and based on the Enic business model, which is paying even less for players and for players' wages, it can only continue to drop. Now, the only thing that hurts them is when it hits them in the pocket.
Mm-hmm. That's
So-
how you hurt businessmen, pocket-wise.
That's right, absolutely. Now, the problem is when we went down to Division 2, we had the highest average attendance in the whole country. And if we're up near the top, then you're going to get full houses again. And you're going to get people going into the Spurs shop. So, and people are finding their money for this. So for me, the way around this is what's made him the most uncomfortable is people protesting in the stadium, because they're protesting in volume. You haven't got 200, even if it was 620, that would be a result. But 620 is not 10, 15, 20,000 protesting in the grounds, you know, with TV cameras, media, sponsors, all there, you know. And that, for me, that's the way forward. It's, you know, they're only going to leave when it starts to hit them in the pocket.
It's
Let's,
the way you hurt a
I
businessman.
just raise one thing, Ian, when you were talking about relegation and we should be thinking about that more seriously. In agreement to that point, just something I happened to look into the other night, because I was thinking about relegation myself, and the instant response would be, "Oh, we're too big to go down." And I thought, you know what? I'm going to look at Aston Villa when they went down back in 2016, I think it was 2015, 2016.
Leeds. I think Leeds was a bigger one than they went down.
Absolutely. Yeah, but I looked at them, and Villa in the season that they went down to the Championship, they scored 17 points, and we were already on 24. And I thought, okay, yeah, it might be a problem. Then I looked at the other clubs that went down that season. And the other clubs that went down were Newcastle and Norwich. And then I thought, hold on a minute. I went back. Norwich, after 22 games in the season that they went down with Aston Villa, had 23 points. We have 1 point more than that. So the possibility of us going down.
Sorry,
Sorry,
at this stage of the season.
at this stage of the season.
Wow.
Rez, what did they go down with? What was the 18th place club? What was
The 18th place club was Newcastle.
and how many points did they have that year?
That I've forgotten. I'd need to look it up, but it's all on the Premier League website. If you just put the results or the tables for each season, it will show you what the points totals.
Because I do think this year 35, 36 rather than 40 will keep you up.
Yeah, that's usually the figure is between that 37 and 40, which is generally enough to keep you up. You know,
How are we having this club? How are we having this chat as the 8th richest club in the world?
That's it exactly.
How are we having
That's
this
it
chat?
exactly.
But you know why?
It's
Still,
mental.
because you've got owners that are neglecting the football. That's why.
And fans that don't give a shit.
And fans
Pure
who
as-
accept it. And fans who accept it. Yeah.
If
Pure
we
as-
finish 17th, don't go down. We finish 17th. Do you think that will have any change whatsoever of filling up that stadium?
No.
Do you know what? Even if we got relegated, I don't think they'd have a problem filling up the stadium because ticket prices
That's
would go
true.
down, and then
Ticket
people
prices.
who haven't been able to, and then
I-
people. That's what I just said. The ticket prices would go down, but you'd still fill up the stadium because a lot of people who haven't been able to go to games would take advantage of that and go to a game. I still think they'd fill it up.
I think the club competitions. At the end of this month,
Listen.
pivotal.
The issue there is that with the ticket prices going down, revenue goes down, and if he maintains that wages to turnover ratio that he is so desperate to keep, he can't afford to pay the players that we've got right now. So our quality of the squad, we would do what they'd have to do. They might do it for a year. He might say, "Oh yeah, just to get back into the Premiership," and it might work.
You
But
get
if
a
we
parachute
fail
payment,
to
Riz, don't
promote
you?
it,
You get
Sorry.
£100 million.
you get parachute payment, but it's still only a proportion. Our turnover is just over £500 million a year, right, is about £550 million a year. Our wage bill is only about 120 million a year, right? And people say 120 million, that's huge. But it's not about how much the absolute figure is. It's about what proportion of your turnover that is, that little segment there. So this is your turnover. This is your wages.
Yeah, wages to revenue ratio.
That's right. Out of all the clubs in the Premier League, we are the lowest, and by a massive proportion, in the order of 10 to 20%, right? And when you look at it, it's not how much you spend on players per se that determines how well you do. It is your wage to turnover ratio. And this is what I've been trying to get Spurs fans to understand when they say, oh, but we've spent 400 million on Ange. It doesn't matter. You could spend £1 billion on Ange. As if your wages that you're paying to these individual players is low, the quality is there. You can buy for 100 players for 10 million each, right? But you pay them £50 a week. They're going to be shit. The big club, what they do, they might go out and spend 20 million on a player, but they pay them a decent amount because they're worth that high wage. We don't buy high wage players. We might sometimes buy high value players.
It's all about, it's all about 80, 70, 80 a week.
That's not a high wage these days.
Oh, Van der Ven. Van der Ven, well, from what I mean, he's on about 60. And
when Man City pay their players, let's say 200 a K a week, when Arsenal are paying their players 100, 150K a week. The other thing you got to bear in mind when it comes to wages, we do the fucking salesman basic plus commission thing. I heard that one of the clauses in Spurs players' contracts is that they get a bonus if they win 2-0 at Old Trafford. And if they win 1-0, they get nothing. What's that going to do for their morale? They are fully attuned to this idea that they're there just to be wage slaves.
With what you said about the wages, I disagree with that totally. 100%, if you want the best, you pay for the best. But you don't have to buy... You need a good scouting system. Van der Ven is on about 50 to 60 grand a week. That's tuppence money for a club like that.
How old is he, Dan?
That's not the point I'm making.
Yes,
How
it
good
is.
is he?
Exactly the point,
well, no. If you let me finish my point,
I asked you a question.
And I'm about to answer it. I'm about to answer it. If we've got a better scouting system, if we get a better scouting system and get more players like Van der Ven, you can get them on the low money and turn them into very good players.
How old is he?
What's that got to do with it?
22.
I'll tell you what it's got to do with. Because if Van der Ven develops and we try to buy him at 26, do you think that he's going to accept £70,000 a week?
Right, but
When
we haven't bought him at 26. We bought him at 22. You don't buy 5 like Van der Ven. You've got some quality players there. It's the scouting.
Dan, you asked me not to interrupt you. So maybe you should extend me the same courtesy.
Well, you interrupted me.
So when Martin Skriniar, when we wanted him, he was 25 years old. Okay, and he would have had wage demands of around 60 to 70,000 pounds. He's now 29 years old. Do you know how much PSG are paying him a week? 175,000 pounds a week. Okay, that's the difference. The reason we've bought youth is because they're cheap. The reason we bought Dominic Solanke is because at Bournemouth he wasn't getting that much.
Could we scout better though?
Wages.
Could we scout better youth?
But
better players out there.
Guys,
yes.
Can I just interrupt your debate here? Rez, Dan, let me just add one thing to this. I think you both make a good point. I think the question here is, can we scout experienced players? And experience tends to mean 25, 26, 27 upwards. Can we scout experienced players who are good, who are going to want 40, 50 grand a week? And I think the answer to that is most probably no, isn't it? I think that's probably where we're at. I think we can scout young players on low wages. We've proven we can do it. I think our issue is
players at that.
Yeah, good players. But our issue is when we say, how many shows have you and I done, Dan, where we say we didn't sign experience? There's no one there to nurture these kids. Where's these experienced ballers? Then that's when the whole wage argument comes in now, because they're going to say, yeah, I'll come to you, but I want my 120, 150K a year. Look at Werner. He's absolutely shit, but we've had to pay him 160 grand a year.
Yeah,
a week, sorry.
I agree. But the point I'm making is if you've got a better scouting system, You can go and get very good players between 2024 and they're not on 100, 200 grand a week. I think
but
we
we need
need
to
some
build
other clubs that do
25
it.
Premier League players below the age of 24. Build a squad for me out of the whole of the Premiership.
What, so we couldn't get better players than what we got with a scout?
Well, don't we need
No,
experienced players, guys? Don't we need
I don't think
experienced?
Yeah,
there's
you
many
need them
out
as well, don't you? You need
Yeah,
them
they're the
as
ones
well.
we're not.
The
They're the ones we're
reason
not
a player
prepared to pay,
becomes
though.
good, the reason, name me a squad of wonder kids. The idea that you can build a squad of wonder kids and pay them
Who
nothing.
said it has to be? Who said it has to be
is-
wonder kids? If we
because
scouted
age
better,
means
we'd have better
that player
players.
costs more. Age increase it. Listen, we all expect some kind of pay rise every year, right? We don't necessarily get it, but we expect it. And in a place where money is everywhere in football, footballers get wage increases, right? The older they get, they want more money. It's the way of the world.
Oh, of course they do.
So if you've got someone who's 25, 26 years old, they're going to be on a higher wage. So we can't get them because we won't pay their wages. So
No,
we
we
go
don't
looking
pay the big wages.
right, and we go looking for kids. So we go looking for kids. Kids don't have
I
experience.
don't call 22 a kid. I don't call 22 a kid.
You look
Still
at
relatively young.
you look at Bournemouth and you look at Forest, and if you told me at the beginning of the season that there will be Bournemouth 20 points ahead of us, and no, Forest 20 points ahead of us, Bournemouth being 13, and it showed the reserves. Right? Maybe it was Saba who showed the 8 starting people, because they've had starters out their lineup, right? Missing their two strikers, and the players that they have gotten, and I'm just like, wow, how are these two clubs out scouting us? Like it's just simply like unexcusable, and this is where I question the direction of our club. I mean, I've always questioned the direction of our club, but this new data analyst scouting, like, where are the fruits?
Murray,
Maybe BDB, But to Ian's point, I 100% agree. If you put Areola with Gray and Bergvall, you have a better output. So this is where coaching comes in, where Ange sucks. He has no proven history of cultivating a young, talented player.
Murray, question. How much are we paying Ange?
5 million a year.
Compared to
Something like that.
I think it's
4 or
5
5
So
million.
it goes back to the argument, wages again.
Still,
That's why it's here.
still, the direction the club is going in. Let's just take transfers and wages since Ange came in.
Oh, I've got a couple of super chats I've got to do after you speak because I've left them there for a
Okay.
while.
So we're 18 and a half months into Ange's reign.
Yeah.
If you look at the players that Ange has bought that have been picked by Ange signed off by Ange. Let's say signed off. And the first one was Maddison, the second one was Mickey, third one was Johnson. From then onwards, there has been a net spend of 115. I think he spent 290. He's got 175 back, or will have when the money comes in from Højbjerg. So it's 115 net, give or take. He's saved 50 or 60 on the wages since then. So there's been an actual net spend, and this is the 4th transfer window now that he's involved in. So there's been a 55, 60 million roughly net spend in a year and a half. He has capped the wages now for any new players. I've seen it written all over the place. I think might be wrong, not been told this by the accountant, but everything that's been put on social media, etc., is 150 grand a week. So you can get decent players with good recruitment. Dan, I agree with you, for 150 grand a week. What we also need are some top established players,
Yes,
who are that much older, who are going to demand more than that.
More than that,
of course.
exactly.
But
But the point I'm making is,
business model is getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And he cut down the wage bill, because he was trying to balance the books so that he could get Staveley's team in, or whoever else is talking to invest money, which they need, because I'm sure part of the deal for Tottenham Hotspur with Haringey Council was the regeneration of the area. Regeneration includes, I think, a hotel, also includes housing and social housing, and none of that so far has come through. So
Ian,
he needs money. He needs investment.
Ian,
I totally agree.
Dan, can I just do the super chats quickly because they've been sitting there, and then I'll let you have your say. But then I want to move it on because it's been an hour and 10 minutes, and look what this club's done to us. We haven't even spoken about football or the match, money, finance, business. This is what we've become. We're literally now. We've become like Business Weekly or one of these Bloomberg TV shows. This is what Tottenham is now. It's ridiculous.
Honestly, every Spurs fan would do well to educate themselves in what finance actually is and how football finance works. They really would, and then they would see it in its full technicolor, vomit-colored horrendousness that it is of what Enic and Levy are doing to this club.
We're a full-on corporation. Michael from Poland, channel member, says, "Get this effing Brisbane Bielsa out of my club. We need someone to save us from relegation. Worst form since the 70s when we actually dropped." Spot on, Mike. Sunilia, thank you for an extremely generous super chat. Big up to you. Unlike other clubs, many of those attending games are there to support an individual, not the club. They are not going to be interested in protest. Rez is right about the ticket resale platform. Not reselling tickets would be noticeable. The issue is, Sunilia, for this to work, and I agree with Rez, for this to work, though, we need at least a third of that stadium to not turn up and not resell their ticket. Are we going to get 15, 20,000 all simultaneously doing it? That's the problem when we can't even get more than 400 turn up to a protest. This is where we're stuck. That's why I started the show the way I did, where people just dismiss taking action. I agree with this, but
still,
we can't get. Go on,
sorry,
go on, yeah.
Off that. I think Phil P mentioned something about people not selling their tickets and not turning up being penalised. How true is that? Because if that is,
I don't think it is.
Are you sure?
There's a limit to how many games you can not turn up to without someone else taking your ticket. It's a bit more than that.
The limit is 3.
I was told this weekend 3. I don't know how true it is.
Ian, I've done 6 already this season. That's not true.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll let them know they did wrong.
You purchased the ticket. You've purchased it. You've handed over. I handed over £2,300 this year, right? If I want to piss on my ticket, it's my fucking ticket.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't have to go into the stadium. It's not. This isn't stalag football. You know, if Tottenham Hotspur tried that, I'd be on the phone to my fucking solicitor the first thing, right?
Rez,
saying, "Really, give me my fucking money back then."
Rez,
don't piss on your ticket because your ticket's on your phone. I don't want you to break your iPhone.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, it ruined my iPhone.
Rez, did you hear Darren Ambrose on Talk Sport last week?
No.
He was doing a gig at Palace. He was doing a gig at Palace with one of the Palace players, and I think Tottenham phoned up Palace and said, "We don't want you with Darren Ambrose. He's been disrespecting the club."
They've done the same to Jamie O'Hara. I bumped into him outside the stadium a couple of years ago, and he said to me they're going to ban me if I carry on saying it. Final super chat here from Leeds Scum. What a name. Create a picket line at the club shop and the bars vocally shun fans when they purchase. Listen, I've tried that. Our fans are a problem. Will you oppose Middle Eastern owners from a political perspective? On this channel, we don't do religion and we don't do politics, just to let you know, Leeds Scum, all right? It's just football, bro. Look, let's get into the game. Oh, no, Dan, you wanted to say something, didn't you?
Yeah, the only point I'm making is, I've been the first one to say it to you enough times. You put the money down, you get who you want. And yes, you need experienced players in a team, in an ideal team. But I'm still a firm believer also, when you've got a very good scouting system, you can go out and get some very good players at the age of 22, which is not a kid. and you ain't paying them 80, 90 grand because they haven't been at a big club yet. A better scouting system gets you better players and less wages. Usually abroad, you go for it for. If we had a better scouting system, we can do that. But then we also do need a couple of big players in the team as well. And then when you want a big player who is made and ready now, obviously you're going to pay the top money. But a better scouting system gets you players like Van der Ven.
That's what we're not doing though, Dan. We're not going out there and getting the big players. It's all well and good scouting the young players, giving them cheap wages, but to then sprinkle the quality players amongst them, that's not what we're doing. We're still going out and trying to do things on the.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we could go out and get better players with a better scouting system than we already have done. For the same amount
Dan,
of money,
you're right. Dan, you're
the
right.
same amount of wages.
We can, but the issue is we're not signing the experienced ones. We're not scouting experienced players. We don't even. It's not like we're not even looking for it.
No, our scouting system is terrible. That's basically what I'm getting at. And a better scouting system will find us better players in the age of 2023 that aren't going to cost us 100 and 150 grand a week.
But the scouting network itself costs money. That's why he's moved over to the data analytics thing, because it's cheaper. It's why our medical staff are so poor, because they're cheaper.
They're outsourced.
Wages. Yeah. Sorry, man. So I missed that. Sorry.
They're outsourced, the medical team, I'm hearing.
Outsourced because it's cheaper.
LinkedIn,
Right?
you can go on there and apply yourself, Ian.
Our medical department's like a call centre.
So everything this club does is according to the strictest business rules, right? Pushed to the nth degree, because it's not about football. It is about maximize revenue, cut costs, right? Believe me, if there was a way for Tottenham Hotspur to get away with getting their squad from a temping agency on a game-by-game basis, they would do it, right? That's the point. And it's the formula is easy. You look at how much is spent on wages, and you put it on a graph. It's like the distribution is almost exact. The more you spend on wages as a proportion of your turnover, the more success you have. It's a very easy thing. It doesn't matter if you go out there and scout a great 25-year-old who just happens to be only demanding 10 grand a week. Great, fantastic. I'm happy for you. But that's an outlier, right? The odd exception to the rule doesn't prove anything. You've got to look at the main thing. The main thing the data shows, the more you spend on wages, the better you do. And we don't spend enough. We put a ceiling, as Ian was just saying. We put a ceiling on how much we're willing to pay. So we could scout the perfect player. We could be right on the cusp of winning the perfect player, but he's £10,000 a week more than our ceiling. So we say no, right?
Yeah.
We go for someone else. We go for the next option who doesn't quite fit as well. And then when that's happening all throughout the squad, you don't have a squad that, coheres quite well. You've got a load of people that just don't really fit with each other. Yeah. That's why we bought youth in the summer, because they said how many every transfer window. Ooh, Spurs might have to sell first. Spurs might have to, there might not be that much money for transfers, right? Why? Because it distracts us from the real point that we don't pay enough wages. We don't spend enough of the money that we're making. And because of that, we don't find success. The reason we're doing so badly right now is because of Postecoglou. But if it had been any other manager, Areola, Edin Terzic, right? It would have been the same. Okay? We sacked our second most successful manager under Enic in Antonio Conte, right? Our second most successful manager in terms of third after Pochettino, right? We sacked Pochettino. Why? Because both of those two, Conte and Pochettino, in their own ways, they both said to Daniel Levy, you need to spend more. And he didn't like it.
Can we? I want to get onto the game, guys. There's people in the chat saying, "Oh, but look at the wage bill and the budget of Bournemouth and Fulham and etc." What I'll say about that is, you're right. They are operating on less, but none of them are in Europe. They don't need the squad that Spurs do to juggle multiple competitions. So you've got to factor that in. Also, those clubs aren't Spurs. They're not challenging to be consistently in the Champions League and ideally trying to win trophies, maybe even the Premier League. You'd like to think we could do that, given Pot showed us we nearly did. So I think we can't compare ourselves to them, but we can compare the performance of the managers with the resources they've got. I think that's something we can do. I want to get into the game because we haven't spoken about it yet. Before the game, we were told that Brennan Johnson has a significant injury. He could be out for, God knows, 3 to 4 weeks, they're saying. Solanke, knee injury, is going to have a scan. He could be out now for 6 weeks, they're saying. So, look, whether we think they're good or not, they're bodies, and they're not available. This was doing the rounds before the game. Calvin Lewitt hasn't scored since September the 14th. Hoffenheim, 16th in the Bundesliga. Leicester, 1 win in the Premier League. The Doctor, we'll see you. And so far, the Doctor has, because Lewin scored today. So with the announcement of those injuries, we went with a starting lineup of Kinski in goal, the new signing. Porro, Dragusin, Ben Davies returns to centre-back after his injury. Spence, and a midfield very, very young. Sarr, Gray, Bergvall, or so we thought this was going to be the midfield. And then a front three of Kulu, Son and Madison. But what actually happened was he went to a back three when he didn't have the defenders to do it. So Archie Gray stayed in defence, right back. Dragusin in the middle, Ben Davies to the left. And he went with wide players of Porro and Spence, and then 2 in the middle, 2 very young players. Again, This man, what has he got to do to get a look in? He didn't even come on when we needed a goal. These are the questions we have to ask of our manager, you see. We went into the game before the game. The record since Chelsea last year, we lost 4-1. We've played 49, only won 19, drawn 7, lost 23, scored 95, conceded 84, and we lost the game. We lost 3-2, 3-0 down in the first half of the game, and this is what it looks like now. Everton only 4 points behind us with the game in hand. We are 8 points off relegation, which is literally 3 games. We still have to play Ipswich. And the funny thing is, if you look at the bottom 6, the teams we haven't played twice yet, Wolves, Ipswich, Leicester and Southampton, we drew with Wolves, we lost to Ipswich, we drew with Leicester, and we beat Southampton. So our record against them isn't that good. No. Betting odds, Postecoglou now after that game, odds on favourite to be the next manager to be fired. So before we get into it, guys, and we look at each goal, we analyse the game, we talk about the comments Ange has made after the game and something Madison said and whatnot. Ange's stats are fucking horrendous. Look at this. Only Wolves, Leicester and Southampton have lost more games. Level with Palace, who hadn't won a game since October the 27th. In the second half, Ange was playing 3 number 10s against Arsenal in a pivot. Overplayed Porro, who lost possession 60 times in the last 2 games. Declan Rice, after the game, saying we should have scored 10. His points per game stats are worse than Christian Gross. 1.14 points per game. By the way, that's now today gone down to 1.09. The worst since the year we got relegated in the 70s. Bottom 3 in the form table for the last 90 days. 11 games lost out of the last 21. That's now 12 out of 22. 5 points out of 30. 30 points taken from the last 84. 8 points of relegation. 1 win in 10. I know it says 9 there, but that's now changed. Lost more games than Ipswich. Guys, this is off the charts. How much of this can we say, right, Mari, I'll come to you first. How much is this down to just injuries? How much is this down to the manager? Because we've never seen such diabolical stats like this. None of us said we'd lose to Everton. We all said, look, we should beat them, but a few of us predicted a draw. 3-0 down to a team that hasn't won in about 3 months.
Yeah, unexcusable. We've been harping. It's the tactics, it's the in-game management. And you have those who are still Ange that says, it's the injuries. And it's just like, oh, we've been unlucky with injuries. And I said it for the last couple of weeks. Look at the man's history. Look at the reports. Look at what happened at Celtic. This guy runs his players to the ground. He don't rotate the players. We use Jed Spence as an example. We use some of the people he's had on the bench all year. Regulon, like that could have helped maybe with giving rest to Udogi and Poro, right? We talked about his risk of putting BDB and Romero in the game. Well, Romero had a different injury. Well, no, when you're injured, yeah, you could have other places especially around your leg, get injured, And then now we hear about Solanke in training getting injured his knee, and so he has to take the blame. Everything that you have literally went down the list is on Ange. Absolutely on Ange, right? People today say, "Oh wow, he finally went to a back three." Well, you go into a back three with Gray, who's inexperienced. It's his first time, and you got Dragusin, and you're playing a high line going to a back three, right? Why you didn't try that out when you have Romero in BDB, right? And you could have had maybe, Dragusin come in, put BDB in the middle, Romero on the right, and then have your inverted fullbacks, right? So all this is all on Ange's head. And it was just absolutely disgusting that Everton, who are terrible, just one ping, Kevin Lewin, who, if he had any touch, should have made it 2-0. I mean, I couldn't believe that, he didn't score there, right? And there was just other instances where it was just like, bing, for the second goal. It's just the system that Ange has is not proven to win in a major league like the Premier League. And, we every week we go through the stats. He has a lower point per game rate than Christian Gross. I mean, these are fireable offense. By halftime, this guy should have been sacked. I don't know, he got naked pictures of Daniel Levy or whatsoever, but he is still in the job, and I'm just literally shocked. This is a fireable offense. This is absolute worse. Injuries, yes, they do play a part, but it's on Ange. Ange is also the cause of these injuries. So I don't want to hear the excuses. This is terrible, and I just think the boys just waiting until we get eliminated by Liverpool. Okay, this is our excuse. We're out of the Carabao Cup. We're sacking them. Because, I'll leave you this, Levy has fired Conte in the month of March. He has fired Jose end of March, early April. So it's not too late for Daniel Levy to fire him. I just think he's waiting for the right time. When we get out of the Carabao Cup, that's when the fan base will start saying, oh, okay, we need to get Ange out because we're not going to win a trophy this year.
Haas, let me come to you. Injuries. Some aren't his fault, right? Bentancur getting concussion, Vicario with his toe. Some just aren't his fault, and that's expected. Every club has injuries. But how many of these are caused by him? Because there's evidence coming out of that we've seen a couple of weeks ago that similar things happened with Celtic when he was there. Bryce, who's Australian, fan of the channel for a long time. He's not one of these cult of Ange. He's Tottenham through and through. He warned us about Ange. This is exactly how he left Melbourne Victory in the national team. He did tell us this, but we were like, oh, come on, Bryce, He was right. How much of it is his fault through his training and how much of it is down to just bad luck? And on top of that, is he the man to turn this around, Ash?
First of all, I'm going to comment on the former question. I'm going to say he's not the man to get us out of this. And I'll explain why in a second. But yeah, the training, I think what he's got the players doing and what he's trying to implement clearly isn't working. And you can see that through the amount of injuries we've had. I mean, I don't think we've ever had this many injuries before. It's unprecedented. We've never had this many injuries at this point of the season with players being out. So Van der Ven, for instance, how many 60-yard sprints is he doing every single game? He's playing 6-7 games out injured. Players getting injured in training. You know, this high line, it's not working with the current group of players that we've got. You know, you double that with his tactical ineptitude, and it's a recipe for disaster because he doesn't have a second, third, fourth, or fifth gear. You know, he's in first gear, which is the high line. It's my way or the highway and nothing else. Yes, we've got injuries at the moment, but you should be able to adapt with what you've got to change it up. Okay, I've got defenders who aren't necessarily good playing the high line. Let me adapt it to ease the pressure on them a bit. No, still persists. Goes with a ridiculous 3-4-3 formation out of all days to do it. He does it today when we need the 3 points. And he's just not willing to change it up. And that's why I think he's not the man to get us out of this mess. You know, we get someone in now or within the next few weeks, he might be able to switch it up. He might be able to implement a tactic to suit the players' needs, who might be better suited to better tactically approach a game. Ange is not doing that. He's shown it from when he first came to us that he's not going to change it. He's even said it in interviews. This is my way. I'm not going to change it. So, you know, I think the injuries, higher probability. It is down to his tactics. You know, going through the whole season playing this way is not sustainable, especially given the injuries that we've got. You know, more so now with the injuries that we've got, it should be like, right, this system isn't going to work with the amount of injuries we've got and the personnel we have on the pitch. Let me change it up. He's not. It's a kick in the teeth, essentially. You know, he could be doing something about it, or we could be doing something about it with another person in charge, but we're not. We're persisting with it. And I'll just piggyback onto another topic, which is, I believe Levy doesn't want to get rid of the manager because he believes that he's run out of anyone decent that he can bring in. You know, we've rolled the dice.
He's got no friends left. Got no mates.
We saw when we hired Ange Postecoglou. You know, it was what was he, the 7th, 8th choice, 9th choice? What was he? Which one was it?
6th, 7th, yeah.
And the fans that are saying we should stick with Ange are probably thinking that way as well. Deep down, they know, who are we going to bring in? Who's going to come in to clear this mess? Who's going to come in that's willing to do the job? You know, ultimately, Ange is the best person for Levy. He's shouldered the blame for everything at the moment. You know, if this was Conte during this point of the season right now, you know, it would have been that same scenario we had.
Any manager has, any previous manager.
Jose Mourinho, Conte, any half-decent manager would have either left
Jerry Francis
or begged to be sacked. This guy, you know, clearly earning the most amount of money that he's ever earned in his career, I would say, £5 million a year, is not about to give that up. And he's willing to take that burden of, you know, shouldering the blame week in, week out. Because you look around at every other club, every other fan from every other club in the Premier League, and they're like, how is this guy still in a job? What's going on? Like, you know, it's crazy. Why hasn't he been sacked? And it always boils down to the same thing, and that's money. It's always monetary.
We're gonna, you know what? I'm gonna bring that question up after. I want to get everyone's perspective on the stats, the starting lineup. Ian, let me ask you this question, right? There's a super chat here from Jay Brown who says Everton haven't scored 3 goals in the first half for 8 years before today's game. My friend, big Everton fan, coach, he called me up after the game and he said, how the fuck did you let us put 3 past you? I said to him, mate, you know, all this time I've been moaning about this team and these tactics. Do you get it now? And he said to me, that boy Porro, he's not a defender. Never in a million years is he a defender. He's an attacker. I said, well, yeah, we've had conversations about that. Goes Dragusin. He's an old school centre half that needs to play in a deep back 4, in a back 3, in the middle. And he was picking out things just off a one game observation with his coach's lenses. And I sat there thinking, fuck my life. We've been having these chats on all the channels for about 6 months. He's watched one game and he's seen it. And yet we seem to persist. Ian, the point I'm making is, how much of this is on Ange? Because we've spent an hour and 10 slamming Levy, and rightly so. And absolutely will continue to, because he's the biggest poison. Well, he's actually poison. I wouldn't say Ange is poison. But how much of this does Ange need to take the blame for? Because he can't just get away with it scot-free, especially after all the lovely things he's been saying. This, I'm happy with the squad. I always win trophies. He's been saying a lot of things that have got fans on board, which is, it's unravelled.
If I look at the current malaise, I split it equally between Levy, Ange and the players. I've said what I think of Enic. Postecoglou should never, ever have been given that job. At the end of the day, it's too big a job for somebody that has never managed in any of the top European leagues. There's absolutely no way, and had Scott Munn, who brought into the club, done his due diligence, he would have seen the style of play, he would have seen the amount of injuries. And if Scott Munn was a football person, then he would have looked at that and said, well, the style of play, this system of two at the back and inverting wing backs and flooding midfield, and is just not, it's okay in Scotland where you've got the best players. And if you give away a couple of goals in a game because the ball's gone over the top and people have run onto it, then you're going to score 3, 4 or 5 anyway. But Scott Munn isn't a football person. Levy's not a football person. And here we are, because of them, with Postecoglou. And I think Haz is right. We are running out of managers. Managers are going to look at this now, and they're going to look in hindsight after 24 years, and they're going to think, why am I going to go to Spurs? I don't get backed. I'm going to get sacked within 18 months. I don't win. The club don't win trophies. They don't attract the big players. What's in it for me? Give me a positive. Give me a reason to go and watch Spurs, to go and manage Spurs. And if you're someone like Iriola, who's building a very good name for himself, and it's a bit of an anomaly that he's on. Listen, he's only on $1 million because Bournemouth are a very small club with small revenue. They've got a ground that is what, 11,700, I think. Smallest ground in the Premier League, one of the smallest grounds in the top 2 divisions. But when people know that he's on the lookout, there's going to be far better clubs with chairmen that back their managers, and where he's got a chance of making a name for himself and having a chance to build something over several years. It's all about, at the end of the day, it's all very well saying it's only about the money, but you've got to be able to go into a working environment where you're going to be happy, you're going to be backed, you're going to be given a chance to succeed, not set up to fail as every manager is at Spurs. So although Postecoglou has been set up to fail, there's no way he was going to get anywhere near close to succeeding, because his system's wrong, the training's too hard, he pushes players through barriers that bodies shouldn't be pushed through. Hence, he gets, players get fatigue. Fatigue leads to injuries. He just can't do it. It's crazy. So he's not getting the players that he wants. I wouldn't have thought. Not all the players. He wanted Gallagher, he didn't get him. He wanted Neto, he didn't get him. So added to that, and his in-game management is just dreadful. He doesn't rotate, which you've got to do. You've got to have a very big squad if you're going to play at this pace and this intensity. You've got to rotate constantly to stop players getting burnt out and injured. And he hasn't done any of that. So he's going to fail. So I put a third down to him. In terms of the players, I think obviously the systems don't suit the players. I mean, I banged on all season that I think Archie Gray is a terrific talent. I think you've seen he's been thrown into these games in 3 positions, in a 4th position today. This was the 4th. He's been right back, left back, centre back, now right centre back of a 3. Although none of us are quite sure where he played today, because sometimes he was on the right of a 3 and sometimes he was playing in front of Porro. So that was a complete mystery. I think Ange completely messed up whatever system he was playing today. The senior players are just not doing it. They're very inconsistent. How many of our players, a minute before the final whistle, if somebody says, give me a mark out of 10 that you're expecting from this player, can you guarantee a 7 or an 8 out of 10 that you need from consistent players? I'm not talking about the top players where you're going to get 8.5, 9, 10s every game, like say a De Bruyne has for years, or a Rodri. I'm talking about players on a slightly lower level that are good players, that are consistent players. How many of our senior players can you guarantee you're going to get a 7 or an 8? I don't know any. Maybe Van der Ven. That's pretty much
Ben
about
Davis.
it.
Ben
I'm not
Davis.
sure. I'm not sure.
Every game.
Rez,
Was in a solid performance.
well,
Didn't do it today.
Yes, he did.
In fact, guys, I'll tell you what. Let me go to Dan.
Yeah,
to his
so
perspective.
there's your answer. Individual errors, 3rd Levy,
One.
3rd Ange, 3rd the players, for those reasons. I mean, God knows how many individual errors are these players making, and it's
How much of that is down to coaching as well, though, Ian? Because I think a lot of it is. There's things I've identified. Let me bring in Dan, because I want to go to Rez last, because Iggy told me that Rez has got some data on Ange you wanted to talk about. Is that right, Rez?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Let me come to you last so you can unleash it. Dan, you've been banging on for a very long time. He's got to adapt. He's got to adapt. Today he adapted. Still didn't work.
Well, I was in about 5 minutes late to watch the game, and I saw, was he really free at the back? And then when I watched it for about 10 minutes, it looked like it. Then the rest of the game, that was not free at the back. Not at all. We went back to having 2 at the back after the game, and it showed.
Yeah.
A lot of it, when it comes down to the players, I still stand by what I say. He don't play them in the right positions. He don't get the best out of them, because even if he puts them in the right position, he plays them to the wrong tactic, basically. He don't play them in sync. And when you're going to do that, you're going to keep getting, you might get the odd game here and there, whatever, but you're going to keep not getting a player up to his full potential when you're not playing at what he is best at. And it happens time and time again. And to the point where I think he's lost the dressing room now. If today ain't lost it, then God knows. There's been several times this year and last year. It looked like.
Dan, I want to show you one thing. I'll let you finish. Don't worry. I just want to show you one thing, because you said that. Look at Maddison's face post-match.
Mm-hmm.
We're in a tough moment. We have to accept we're not good enough. We've got to stick together and grind it out. It's the only way, right? If you actually watch this interview, his face was like that the whole time. So when you say he's lost the dressing room, if you look at some of the body language, I think you might be right.
Yeah. I mean, just because some of them stand there like Kulu and, oh, yeah, we're with the manager, this and that. Maddison's more the one who'll speak his mind. He's shirty enough to do it. He's arrogant enough to do it, whatever way you want to put it. Whereas Kulu, to me, just seems more like, even if he disagrees with it, he'll keep his mouth shut and get on with it. Like most of the players we got. I mean, what is it he said? Like, I don't want leaders in the team. I want to make them. Basically, you want to make a player to how you want it, and he keeps his mouth shut as well. I mean, that's why I reckon him and Maddison have had a fallout, because I think Maddison has actually questioned him about his tactics. That's what I reckon. Either that or he's been with his wife, one or the other. And we're just not going to see consistency out the players until you start playing them in their right position at what they're best at. You won't get consistency. You'll get the odd good game here and now. And today again, just so it's normal. But the only ones who had a decent game there was what? The goalkeeper and Spence. Everyone else that I've looked at got rated a 4 or a 5. That is not a good game.
and Mikey Moore.
Yeah, Mikey Moore, when he came on, played all right as well. Yeah.
Dan,
Apart
the
from that,
fact is
Got to sit
that
Mikey Moore.
it's absolutely diabolical that we are paying £5 million a year to a manager who cannot coach and doesn't have any tactics in his tactics book.
His man management skills are terrible.
And the club chose to do that.
His match management skills are absolutely shocking.
And it's no coincidence that obviously Munn was brought in and obviously brings in his compatriot, But £5 million a year for someone who can't coach or change up tactics.
Why was he really brought in though, right? And the reason I'm asking this is because when we were falling apart under Conte, Ryan Mason was doing interviews saying DNA of Spurs, DNA from Spurs. It's almost like this marketing spiel began to get planted. And this is now being filtered into the fan base. The fan base is like, DNA. And then Ange comes in and he starts talking about the Tottenham way, DNA, the Tottenham way. And the fans are like, like sheep. And we've been led down this attacking pathway of DNA, Tottenham way. And now it's all collapsed. I saw tweets today where people were saying, I'll come to you, Rez. I saw tweets today where fans were saying, are we just going to give up on the man who brought back our DNA? And I'm thinking, where did you get this DNA phrase from? Because you never thought that by yourself. Where are you plucking this from? What's going on here? What are we doing here? Are we here to win? Or are we here to entertain? I think he's come in because he entertains.
Yep. And I think, again, it's very clever PR work by the club. They know what they're doing. And he's being fed that PR. Why do you think it's worked for so long? Why do you think he swept the entire fan base or most of the fan base off their feet as soon as he joined the club by mentioning the DNA, by mentioning changing the philosophy of the club, but actually having no clue, This has all been fed through to him. It's quite obvious, Why hasn't any other club around Europe, any of the top 6 clubs in Europe, come in for Ange? If he's so successful.
Just to interject very quickly, he talked about the DNA, and yet when we were going to play Man City last season, and some of us expressed that it wouldn't be so bad if they won because it'll keep Arsenal off the title, he questioned us because he knows the Tottenham DNA. It's all marketing, as you say, Has. Sorry, Karen.
Absolutely.
I didn't know we had DNA until Ryan Mason mentioned it. Seriously, I didn't know we had any DNA.
No, don't you remember Levy mentioned it after he sacked Mourinho?
Yes, he did. You're absolutely right. He did mention DNA. He did.
In the program.
You do remember it, Stel. You've mentioned it. I know you've mentioned it, but you just
probably
can't
have. Yeah.
Do you know I don't blame you because so much has happened since then. I mean,
I've got footballing dementia with Spurs. I'm telling you.
Reg, the other thing is with it, he had the. I've said it enough times, Chubb. You know it, but for me, he had the easiest job a manager has ever had in the Premier League of winning the fan base over. Easiest job ever. No one else has had it more simple than Ange. Kick the ball forward, say you're going to play attacking football. 80% of supporters on his side. And the ones that are still on his sides, a lot of it comes down to they want to see attacking football, interesting football, even though I don't think he really plays attacking football anymore. But he had the easiest job ever. That's all he had to do.
And it was all set up, Dan. Like, it was so clever, really, from the club. If you think about it, from where everyone was complaining about Conte, negative football, turgid football. They probably thought, how can we spin this around? Right, we need to give them attacking ethos. We need to give them someone that's going to be right.
Someone that does the opposite.
Yeah. And straight away, off the back of that, it was so clever. It was right. Let's bring in Ange. This is what he's going to do. This is what he's going to tell the fans. Blah blah blah. Everything was, set into motion from the very beginning after Conte left. They drew up the plans, and Ange was the man. So here we are. Obviously, now we're in that mess. They've got to try and I'm sure right now they're trying to devise some new plan to sort of put into motion in the next few months.
They're drafting up Ryan Mason's contract, mate.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh, they'll probably say one of our own is going to manage the team. They'll put that spin on it. One of our own comes back to manage the team to glory. Something
because he's done it so well in the past as well.
Yeah. And then it'll be like, oh, do you remember that time that, he took over after, Conte was sacked, this, that, and the other? He did so well. Blah blah blah. Yeah, I can just see it now. Honestly, I can.
Let me bring in Rez. Quick super chat from Brian Daigle. Ship out half the squad. Fire Ange. Piss off Lange. Fuck off Levy. The club is rotten to the core. It's only going to get worse. Fuck Levy, mate. Spot on. Brian, you've got the link if you want to jump on, by the way, mate. Rez, I've got a feeling you've got a dossier on Ange you wanted to share with us.
It's just looking at. I mean, this is the one you've been hearing. The one that we keep hearing is, "Oh, got to back the manager." It's like, really? Who needs to back the manager? We can't back the manager beyond what we do to any manager, support them, right? We don't have a direct influence on what he does and what he can bring to the club, right? The only people that need to back the manager is the club itself, right? But everyone keeps talking about how, oh, it's the injuries. It's the injuries that have done for him. Poor little Ange. He doesn't get a fair rub of the green. Poor little Ange. No, right? It's bollocks, right? So I had a quick tinker with some numbers. In the league, let me bring up I did it on an Excel spreadsheet. That's how organized I am. In the league, right, since those first 10 games, right, I will put the question out to you guys without looking. How many times has Ange engineered 3 or more games won in a row? Without looking.
I think I
He
know
hasn't.
this. It's
He
2.
hasn't.
No, it's
Two?
2.
Sorry?
It's 2.
One.
1. Yeah, there you go. That's
Right?
shit.
If you put in cup games, it is 2. Once in the league.
I'll
How many
leave.
times has he engineered 3 or more losses in a row?
5, 6.
3.
Oh, free.
That's
Right.
not as bad enough.
Now you might think, well, hold on a minute. That might be par for the course for a thing. I went back and I checked Ten Hag's just at random first full season at Man United. He engineered 3 or more wins for Man United 4 times in his first season. Right? People saying, "Oh, we got to give him time to get his system in place." It's been 18 months. What's he been doing? Asleep? Right? Ange Postecoglou. I was going to bring up the thing that I'd done the calculations. There's no point. It's pointless. It's useless. There's no point. But the point is this, right? Ange Postecoglou is not fit for the Premier League. Not because he's never managed in the Premier League. There have actually been plenty of managers who have not managed in the Premier League and have done well, right? Obviously, he's managed in other leagues, but Pep had never managed in the Premier League before he went to Man City. You know, it's not an instant thing. The key is this. You got to look at the philosophy of the man himself. His philosophy is you win by outscoring the opponent, basically, right? That can work in Japan. That can work in Australia. When you're in charge of either Celtic or Rangers, it can work in Scotland as well, right? The key difference is that in the Premier League and the bigger leagues, defenses are far harder and opposition attackers are far more potent. So you don't get the opportunity to outscore them before they outscore you. The reason that those first 10 games went so well is because he brought a suicidal system to the Premier
Unknown
League.
quantity.
Yeah, no manager would honestly expect someone to play like that. And so they were taken aback. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ, we didn't expect this. We didn't expect to be hammered in the way that we did. Plus, the players had a lot more freedom. As soon as they realized, and Chelsea did it, that's why Chelsea's that 4-1, when we were down to 9 men, was a gift to the gods of other football clubs, is because he showed the world and then repeated it ad nauseum in press conferences. We're going to play this way every week. And so every Premier League manager, they don't even need to do any research. They don't need to do any research. We know how Spurs are going to play. It's fine. We'll just set up like this. They adapt. He does not. Yeah. And at the age of 59, which I believe makes him the oldest Premier League manager, it's unlikely that he's going to change. Right? Today, he he thought he changed and did some absolute abortion of a team selection in which days after we send Jamie Dorrington off to Aberdeen on loan, or Alfie Dorrington, whatever his name is, who's a central defender, we're still insisting on playing Archie Gray in defence. I looked at the team sheet before they'd actually put it in a formation on the BBC website. I couldn't work out who was in midfield and who was in defence. Right? The man is not equipped for this role. He had 10 decent games. And even in that one, he lost one of them. Right? 10 decent games, and then that was it. He is not equipped, and the players are a problem. We all know how much of a problem Enic and Levy are. But right now, all of the things that misinformed Spurs fans accused Conte of, which wasn't true, this guy is guilty of. They all accused Conte of being arrogant, right? He was arrogant, but not to the point that Postecoglou is. They all accused Conte of being stubborn, right? When he wasn't. He was actually very flexible in his tactics when needed. They all accused him of pissing players off, which wasn't happening. All playing shit football, right? How many times did we hear, oh, I just want to enjoy my football again? Well, here's a question. How much are you enjoying your football now? Those of you who said that. Those of you who said, oh, I just want to enjoy watching Spurs play. Yeah? How much of a dumb fuck do you lot think you feel like now when you see that bollocks that we saw on the pitch today? Yeah? 3-0 down. Did you know that Everton scored a quarter of the goals that they've scored at home in that first 45 minutes for the season today? Yeah, enjoyable football, right? We as fans got to grow up a little bit, yeah? The footballing world has changed. When you get a Conte, my God, you've got to look after him, yeah? Even Mourinho, we need to look after him. Pochettino, we needed to look after him, and we didn't. Stand up and start making noise against the people that are doing this to you.
They don't care enough. Fans don't care enough.
I know.
There aren't enough fans.
I'm wasting my breath. Right.
Out. We've been saying it for 6 years and more and more. In fact, on this Levy out moment, Brian, perfect time to mate.
Perfect time.
How you doing? You all right? Well, I know how you feel. You're a Spurs fan, but
mate, put it this way. Still, let me say, yesterday, like I said to you, I had to go to the dentist and have a lot of work done. I had to have 10 injections in my mouth. I think that was more exciting than Tottenham. I think I had more fun sitting at the dentist. But before I do this, hello to the YouTube sluts that are in here. Ian mainly, he is the biggest slut at the moment. But a big, massive big up to my brother Rez, who I haven't spoken to for ages, which is way too long. And of course, the return.
I haven't streamed for 2 years.
No, I said the YouTube sluts, and you two are separate.
Oh, okay.
You need to get your slutathon back on. You've become a virgin again. You need to become a slut. Yeah, listen,
Brian, you've been 1 minute and all I hear is sluts and slutathons and.
Mate, listen. This is what we've become now. There's I said before, there's no point talking about a football club because there is no football club here. There's a business. There is no football club. There is. It's a it's an entertainment complex, a multi-purpose entertainment complex with a ever-growing property portfolio that now has football as a side hustle. We do not have prime athletes anymore, elite athletes. We have employees. We are no longer supporters. We are clients. Let it all burn down to the fucking ground. Nothing changes till the man up top changes. But I am sorry, Ange Postecoglou is out of his depth. Ange Postecoglou is saying things one day or 2 days, and then within 36 hours, it's something different. It's just, I have tried. This is how bad it is. I've never turned on a manager, ever. things have got so bad that still people like yourself and me that have been doing this for years, I've been calling Levy out for 17 of them. It gets nowhere. We know what the major problem is, but I cannot defend what is happening on the pitch. I can't defend it. I tried and I tried and I tried and I tried. And the main line that I had was, I don't trust Levy to bring in the next manager. And even if he did get it right, we'd be fucked in 18 months because he'd promise him the world and give him nothing. We don't need to worry about European football anymore. European football, honours for the things for the fans to look forward to. Why try and challenge for Champions League money when you can just get 50 cents to do a couple of gigs? Try and get a boxing match. Try and get others. That's your European money. Fuck European football. I'll just get it another way. What is the? There is no football club at N17 anymore. You are walking, even when you walk to the stadium, it's like you've got off the underground and you're walking into work. It's silence. There's no chants, there's no songs, there's no atmosphere.
Brian, the atmosphere in the ground at the moment is awful. It's been like that for. Do you know what? In fact, I'll tell you what. Other than that Champions League run we went on when Poch was manager in the stadium, and the season Conte got us top four and we beat Arsenal 3-0 at home. Since then, it's been crap. The odd moment, maybe the first 10 games under Ange, where the honeymoon period, the kind of fantasy and the theatrics of, oh my God, we're going to win the league. Man, it's been rubbish. I personally feel like fans have given up. They've given up on the team. They've given
There's no
up.
fans, Phil. There's no fans.
They've given up on trying to change the club. I don't actually know why most fans go anymore. I don't get it.
There's no fans.
I think the thing is, a lot of people, we mentioned this earlier as well, Brian, a lot of people have actually sold their tickets, and we are getting fans in there who don't usually go to the games. There is a bit of that as well. But also, people don't know what to expect now. People don't know whether we're going to rock up, bang in 2 or 3 goals, or we're going to rock up and just completely capitulate. And it's that unknown quantity we get every game, So that in turn, like, imagine when Poch was in charge, imagine that atmosphere. I remember being there during the few seasons that Poch was there.
Amazing.
The atmosphere,
amazing.
Brilliant.
Brilliant.
We knew he was going to turn up. We knew he was going to, whoever it was we were playing, we knew that if we went a goal or 2 down, we could come back. It's no problem. I remember going a goal down and thinking, no problem, we'll come back. We'll get a couple of goals, we'll turn them over. It wasn't a problem. But now it's like, it's killing us. It's killing the stadium. It's killing the fans. It's killing the atmosphere. And like I said, a lot of people that I know as well are selling their tickets. I know, Rez, you've sold your ticket for the majority of the season. That means
I'm giving up my season ticket after this season. I'm not doing it. I can't bring myself to do it. I can't bring myself to spend close on £2,500 a year when I'm trying to save money so that me and my partner can build a house together. I can't justify that on this shit, right?
And yet those same ticket prices will probably be increased next season. Based on what? Increased based on
someone
what?
to just snap it off you as well. Someone to just go, thank you, come again, and snap it straight out your hand.
I put all of my tickets up for sale recently, right? It was, I think it was after Chelsea or whatever it was. There was one game that I got sick of it. No. The North London derby. I didn't even go to the NLD this season. That's how bad it was. I woke up on the morning. I was at my in-laws, right? And I usually go with Arthur, right? Who's my father-in-law, right? We get together. We go to Queen Street Cafe. We have breakfast. Go to the game. Drive back. Have a McDonald's on the way as part of our routine, right? And it's Arthur used to go with a friend of his who sadly passed away, and it was an opportunity basically for me to provide that change for him, that sort of continuation for him. We woke up on the morning of the North London derby, and there was a bit drizzly outside, and both of us were really slow getting ready, wandering into the bathroom, just lacklusterly picking what we're going to wear and stuff. And we bumped into each other in the top landing, and we sort of looked at each other, And I said to him, Arthur, do you really want to go today? And he looked at me and just went, right? That's what this club has done to us. That's what Ange has done to us, right? So we didn't. And then we decided to sell all our tickets, and we're not going to renew our season tickets this season. I put all of my tickets up for sale. The ones that had opened for sale went within 24 hours, all 7 of them, right? At the moment, they haven't opened the remaining matches, right? So they're still waiting, but that's it. It goes. They're always going to be filled up, always going to be filled up because you get, and I'm not saying it because they are South Korean. A lot of people say, you can't say that, it's racist. No, I'm not saying they're not welcome, right? Or that South Koreans are not welcome. I'm just saying you look at the stadium and there are South Korean people with their flags, with their merchandise everywhere. And that's not a bad thing in and of itself, but it just demonstrates that no matter what you do, your ticket will go, right? If the ticket's available, it will be sold. The only option would be, and the reason I didn't do it was because one person boycotting doesn't do anything. If there was an organized movement to say, we're going to boycott one game this season, let's all clump together, all of us who want to elicit change, and just boycott one game. Because people don't look at the psychology of it. It's not about necessarily the message that it sends to Levy in terms of the revenue he loses, because he hasn't lost any. But can you imagine what the reaction would be on Match of the Day? Can you imagine what the reaction would be for the Sky Sports commentators at the beginning and during the game?
That's always been my point.
When there are ranks of empty seats, they would go, what the hell? What the hell? Why is this amazing stadium so empty? I wonder. Let's speak to the club, right? How are they going to spin it? Oh, there was some kind of mismatch in which 20,000 people got the wrong date in their diary. Yeah, that's going to fly, right? But it's that addiction. People are addicted to it. They don't want to sacrifice for their club. Yeah? They don't sacrifice for their club, and that is the problem.
Can I just get it back onto the game a bit, because we're jumping back into the Levy thing again, which I don't mind, because
I corrupted it. I corrupted my presence. Corrupted it.
To be fair, I think we're due a full-blown Levy outro. Actually, I think we just need to do one and just find a way where fans can actually take action. De La Spurs, big up. I reckon players like Maddison, Romero, Van de Ven, Vicario that have something to fight for, i.e. compete for their national teams before the World Cup in 26, will leave next summer regardless. De La Spurs, what I'll say to that is we've lost all our top players when they get fed up. So do I disagree with you? Not one bit.
Kulu already wants to leave. He's got Ibrahimovic tickling his balls on behalf of Milan.
Before you get back to the game, can I just say one thing? Because I see it being said a lot. And Rez sparked the memory in my head, because Rez is that clever. He does that to me. He's my lawyer. He sparked the memory. I need to address this international fan and foreign fan and tourist fan, because that's now what I address myself as. I am an international fan. I won't go into that ground because of Daniel Levy. And that's my stance. But there's people like Mari, like Leo, like Scott M and other people that are from this international fan base. And if they go into the ground just because they are from international, there are international fans that feel exactly the same way that we do and will actually be prepared to say, do you know what? I've flown all this way to support my team, but I don't support the ownership. There's 62,000 people in there week in, week out. Week in, week out. Now, whether they know all the chants, whatever, but I know for a fact if Mario was in that ground, he'd show his frustrations and shout. I know Scott M would. I would know people in Mexico. I would know people in other countries around the world. Just because they're international, they are spending. You think you're spending enough money on season tickets? Their flights, their hotel stay, their accommodation, their food, their transport, everything to get into that ground What I will say is have a look at the lot of corporate that have been put there, and now the away fans, their amount has been supplemented, so more fucking corporate can get in there. There are a lot of international fans that go there for a day trip, granted, but that's their right. But these people, they live Australia, New Zealand, America, Canada, Brazil, Mexico, wherever. They're flying all the way over, and I can guarantee you, people want to talk about they're ruining the atmosphere. That home ground, as I've said, I've grated cheese and made more noise.
Yeah.
The horses clopping down the high road make more noise. There are international fans that will do a damn sight more than the fucking home fans do.
Yeah.
Brian, do you know what it is?
It's starting to annoy me now, and I'm sorry. Yeah, Lisa in Mexico.
No. Do you know what, Brian? I'm not having a go at international.
I know
fans.
you're not, Rez. I know you're not.
I'm not having a go at South Koreans either. Only in as much as what we're doing is that when we sell our tickets, we give space to a South Korean fan who is perfectly legitimate to do so. He's only there to support Sonny, right? Apparently, I heard from an away fan someone who goes away, an away Spurs fan, that they were. It was the Wolves game. That's right. Yeah, my friend Kev. He mentioned to me, right, that he was at the game, and when I've forgotten the Chan, is it for Wolves? When he scored, the South Korean fans in our stand stood up and applauded.
But do you know what it is, guys? I think we need to separate fans who genuinely support the club through thick and thin and understand the history, the chants, the songs, with a section of overseas fans who are new, who don't quite get it, are just excited to be here. Then a section of overseas fans who actually don't support the club, they support a player. And if that, a bit like the Mourinho fans, Reverend Mourinho goes, they go with him.
I don't want to say that a South Korean person, because they're South Korean and want to support Sonny, has no place at the stadium. They do, and I welcome them, right? And I'm glad that they know about my club, right? And even might choose to support my club. That is fantastic. But when it is causing major problems for the club in terms of the atmosphere of what is one of the best stadiums in the land, right? And the club that is attached to it, we have a problem.
I'll give you the biggest example just to wrap this up. It'll be 2 seconds. I don't know if he's in the chat or been in the chat today, but still, you're going to know exactly who I mean when I say it. Mr. Finland. Mr. Finland. When we were protesting on a show that I went on, whether it was here or Tottenham on tour, or he commented on whatever show I was on, he commented and said, "Brian, are you protesting for X game? I live in Finland. If you say yes, I'll book a ticket." I went, "Yeah, we're protesting." At the very next protest, he came up to me, he goes, "Hey, Brian, how you doing?" I went, "Yeah, you're right, mate. How you doing?" He goes, "I'm the guy from Finland." He flew in on the Friday from Finland to go to his family in Bognor Regis, to then come down for the protest, on sometimes didn't even have a ticket for the game, went back to Bognor Regis and went back to Finland. He did that 4 times. 4 times, an international fan.
Do you know what it is? I think we need to rephrase this. We need to distinguish between fans in the UK that know Tottenham, know the pubs, know the chants. They understand the history because they've grown up in the history, and their family are generations of the history and what it means to go to school when you lose to Arsenal, when you go to work when you lose to Arsenal, as opposed to fans which are new that might not have that experience, and some that just don't even support Spurs. They just like the fact that a certain player's here, and it doesn't have to be Son. It could be any superstar. It just happens Son brought a lot of fans with him, right? But let's be fair, Son is the only big player we've had under this new type of model Levy's taken us into. So I'm sure there's the next one lined up at some point. But back to the game, right?
It could be Danish fans. It could be Højbjerg and Danish fans, or could have been. You know, it could be Porro and Spanish fans. It's the fact, and it's not about they shouldn't be allowed in. It is the fact that our fans cannot generate enough noise, and this makes it worse because you're breaking up groups as well, because it's that whole it's not the first person.
We
that
had it with
starts.
Mourinho, Rez. We had it with Mourinho. The Mourinho.
We've got a lot of
fan.
Australian fans now as well, haven't we?
Yeah, exactly. You know,
Dan,
and they'll turn up,
exactly.
but they won't know what to do. And so you've got, a group of three
Spot on,
fans
spot
here,
on.
and then say a South Korean or Australian or some other one who isn't part of the club long term, doesn't know what they're doing. They're just for the spectacle. Then two, then one, then three. And one of them starts chanting. The guy in between, he doesn't know what to do, he or she doesn't know what to do. Do I chant? What are they chanting? Who are they supporting? Are they supporting the person that I'm here to see, or is it against them? So the atmosphere dulls.
See, then you get a fan like Mari. Rez, then you get a fan like Mari, who has read up on Tavistock. He's read up on Enic. He looks at their international affairs and what they're doing. Then you get a different type of fan that actually is trying to embed in the history. I know if someone like Mari or Michael from Poland came to Spurs, they'd fit in very quickly. So I think it comes down to the type of fan as well. The game. We are going to do the game, right?
I will say the last thing.
We nearly did the game. We nearly did
We're football teams. So don't talk about the football.
I'm not giving the time.
What was my about football? What?
Just
Go
to
on.
55, just don't jump to the conclusion. It would have to be a different episode because they're so tough. Because, like I said, there's no one trying to be xenophobic whatsoever. In regards to being upset of the product of what the team is playing and being able to be angry and protest, right? It's tough for some international fans because they go there. Like if there was to walk off in the 60th minute, that person will be inclined to walk out the stadium because I flew from Zimbabwe and I'm not going to, I want to see my favorite player. I'm not going to be inclined to walk out in the 60th minute. You want the whole experience. Whereas Stella says, someone that's doing the homework of why we haven't been successful, okay, because of Enic, Tavistock, Joe Lewis, right? I'm going to the game. I'm going to fly over there. Now I'm going to try to enjoy the game, but I'm also going to let my voice be heard in protest of how I think these incompetent owner and the board is shit. So don't jump in conclusion, where you say typical white males. Let's not go there. Please, let's not go there.
Well, Brian Maguire also drove down from Scotland, miles from Hartlepool. People will do it that aren't. Yeah. These are people that don't go to the game regularly.
We need the regulars doing it. That's the tough one.
They don't.
Have a football heritage. Brian, you know what we spoke an hour about this, actually saying that the fans now are a problem. They are. If they want change, they are a problem. Sava, big up. This panel looks like a throwback to the 2022. 2022 is also the number of games we will lose if Ange stays here for 5 years. I'm Ange in now. Half the fan base deserve this rot for backing the PE teacher. I think a lot of the fans are turning now on Ange, if we're going to be honest about it. Listen, Everton have been atrocious this season. Before this game, they were on 17 points.
Yep.
And they had, in fact, no, we had a worse loss rate than them, actually. We said that Calvin Lewis hasn't scored since September. Will the doctor come and prescribe the medicine? And bang on the money, 13 minutes in. What a goal. It took the lead, a sensational strike, who got the ball and literally twisted in, twisted out, twisted in, twisted out. He sent Ben Davis sliding on his ass practically. Dragusin went one way, went the other way, sent them both. Then Archie Gray's bumped into all of them. It was a clusterfuck of individual defending. Calvin Lewis, who hasn't scored in God knows how long, he didn't just score. He tore our defense a new one on his own. He became Ronaldinho. Guys, you couldn't write this. You literally couldn't write this goal. Where does the blame lie? On the quality of transfers, players playing out of position, players not defending properly, or just the players themselves not putting a fucking tackle in? Because there's no way in a million years Calvin Lewin should have done that to any team. Considering
All three of those defenders were crap the whole game. Every single one of them. They was absolutely awful. Gray got smacked enough times, but he's not a defender. So you can let him go. Dragusin got done enough times. And Davis was absolute dog shit as well. All of them. They were absolutely awful.
Because they're not supposed to play. They've had 18 months of playing a completely different way, and then he just imposes this on them. He's out of his depth. Poster clueless. You know?
Yeah,
Poster
totally. But Ben Davies has played centre-back enough times, especially on the back of a free. He should be better than that. Dragusin's played central defence, but he was still asked to be a ball-playing defender and that. And Gray, what's he even doing there in the first place? But all three of those defenders was absolutely shocking today.
Everyone was shocked.
Dan,
the
I'll
only
speak to
player
you. Anyone
who came out with any credit today was probably Jed Spence.
What I will say, if anyone watches Match of the Day or wants to torture themselves in that way, you sick people, or watch the highlights again when it comes up on Sky News, just watch Dragusin for the second goal. It's like he's father of the bride and he's walking the goal scorer down the aisle. So literally just, come on, carry on. Let me just, come on. There's no tackle. He's going to be a powerful, there's nothing. Still, I spoke to you and I saying yesterday, if Everton want to come and play open football, we've got every single chance. But if Everton decide to be compact, if Everton want to get physical, if Everton want to have a fight, we'll act like the crybaby bitches we are. And as I've been saying for a while now, when the going gets tough, the weak go missing. And that's exactly what happened. We cannot fight. There is no fight. There is no character. You put a David Howes in this team, a Colin Calderwood in defence, he's smacking people into Rosette and taking he's absolutely going through them. Your Paul Allens, your Pat Vanden Howes, your Steve Sedgley's. I could go on with list of players who'll just go, yeah, you're not doing that here. Bang, off you go. It's just, yeah, we're not going to fight you. Just breeze past us because we have talent and we can play football.
The thing is, Brian, I was watching it, and it's not like we got caught in a high line. It's not like we got caught out of shape or anything like that. The players received the ball, and he didn't do anything magical like a Rabona, a step over, a drag back L-shaped croton. He turned left, he turned right, he turned left, he turned right, and he shoot. And I'm just watching our defenders do this. Like windscreen wipers. Thinking, is anyone just going to stand and put a foot on the ball?
Nope.
Literally, none of them.
Except at the halfway line when you've got acres of space ahead of you. At that point, every Spurs player gets a nosebleed and checks back for some fucking reason.
You guys, like this is the absolute basics of defending is just put a block in, put a tackle in, nothing. They just kind of. Ian, what did you make of that? You played centre back.
Yeah, first goal. Shocking ball from Saar, blind pass.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. My God, what a ball.
I mean, we had the ball. He just hits a blind pass.
Yeah. Spot on.
So they're on the break. Ball comes on. He's gone. He's turned left. Gray's gone left. Dragusin's gone left. Davis has gone left. So he's cut back, and they're all the weight's on the wrong foot. He's turned back beautifully. He's got a free shot, rolls it into the corner. I just thought, if one of them's going the same way, if Dragusin's covering Gray, Davis hang back on the other side just in case he flicks back onto his right foot. Like the three of them all went to one way. Calvin Lewin cut back. Took it well. I've got to say he took it well, but the defending generally wasn't good. Second goal, I think we've lost the ball again. Gray's not close enough to, was it Calvin Lewin who flicked the ball around the corner, and Ndiaye is on the run. And there, I mean, Michael Dawson at half-time slaughtered Dragusin.
Oh, we'll cut this. Let's go on to that goal then because we haven't mentioned it, but let's do it. So second goal, Sensational from Ndeye, who picks up possession midway inside his own half before powering forward into the box and then thrashing a shot past Kinski at his near post. The Goodison faithful erupt. And let's be honest, that he absolutely did Dragusin with a step over. It was literally step, change direction, sent him the wrong way, past him. And Dragusin knew he was in trouble because he tried to pull him back. And can I ask you something, guys, about Dragusin? This is the £30 million defender that actually looked quite good in Genoa. It was Genoa, I think we signed him from, wasn't it? Yeah, it was.
Mm-hmm.
And he came to Spurs. He looks like a good defender in a low, compact back four.
Yep.
But slightly higher up, when there's a foot race involved, I'm not so sure. But this wasn't a foot race. He literally had the player coming at him, and he got done for skill. Is he as good as we maybe thought it was? Or is he actually, do you know what? He's all right, and that's it.
I'm gonna say this because I'm gonna have to go. I think for Dragusin, if he was at another club that was more disciplined, more structured, because it's kamikaze, it's chaos.
Yes.
Dragusin would be solid at Bournemouth. He would be solid at Forest. He will be solid at Fulham, where they have a plan, they have a structure. Do your job. Dragusin, right? I don't rate him as well, but what we're telling him to do, right? Atletico, right? Simeone. What we're telling him to do is not his skill set. Is not his skill set, and so he is okay player, but wrong team. Or wrong manager.
Wrong system.
Well,
Yeah,
this story.
Dragusin was considered to be one of the best centre-back prospects in Italy when we bought him. That's why Bayern was sniffing around him, because he plays well in a particular system, as you say, Mari. He has no pace, and our defence has to have pace. It's why with Van de Ven out, with Romero out, we suffer, because Van de Ven is one of the fastest players in the league. He can get back. It's also why he gets hamstring injuries. Dragusin, as you say, cannot play for Spurs. We should never have bought him. He would be great for another team. Someone said he would be fantastic at Atletico. Exactly right. He's not for us.
Isn't this the same reason why we shouldn't? Isn't this the same reason, Dan? Dan, you can answer this. Murray, I'll come to this. Let Dan speak, then come to this. I'll let you address it. Don't worry. Isn't this the same problem we're going to have if we sign Skriniar? Great as a defender, halfway line defending.
That's the same as most of them. I mean, Skriniar was one of my favourite ones for a while. I mean, Dragusin is not slow, not at all. It's just the problem is with him, he can't spin round like that and run like Van der Ven can. He's not as flexible. He has to literally do a horseshoe to turn round. He's not a slow player.
He hasn't got the agility, has he? No agility.
Right,
exactly.
He hasn't got the ability.
For his size.
Let me just address this.
And with him, he's solid in the air.
Oh, let him finish.
Better than anyone else we got. And he was in Italy. He's good at tackling. It's just the thing is, he's an old school out-and-out defender. He's a Tony Adams. He's a John Terry. He's a Ledley King sort of defender. He's worked perfectly in Italy when they play three at the back and they just play one as a central midfielder, defender, out-and-out old school defender. That's what he is. That's what he's best at. Getting him forward and doing everything, that's not his show. And his flexibility, like you said.
Go back
like when you watched him play for Romania. You said he was good on there until he had to turn.
Go back to the comment from M. That you got to pay attention. I say different skill set, right? What we're asking him to do is different, right? That's why I named the Bournemouths, right? Teams that are not playing out of the back, where you have to put your feet, the ball at your feet, right? Gray, right? All of us agree that he's not playing his position as a midfielder, so he has a better skill set with his feet. And then Gray being a better defender at center back. I don't know what you've been watching, but I've been watching shit. All right? So, but it's not Gray's fault. So there's no better defender. I don't know what you're watching. All right? I'm just begging for VDD and Romero to come back. All right? But they have a different skill set. like Dan says, he's an old school defender. He will be good at certain teams. Even Everton, he will be better at Everton. What we're asking him to do, to be a ball-playing center back, play the high line, run with speed, that's not his game. Stevie Wonder can see that. That is not his game. So he's with the one manager, one team. He can't play for other Premier League teams. Trust me.
And if you watch him, was it Genoa we bought him from? If you watch him play
No,
for Genoa,
why put in a shift for United?
go and watch him play there. He goes to the floor a lot, right? He'll put tackles in. When he's playing for us, he barely goes down. He barely puts the tackle in. He's always back off, because those are the instructions he's been given from Ange. Ange says to his players, it's why we forced this really made me laugh today.
Do you think this league's quicker though as well?
Fraser Forster is a goalkeeper who I respect, but is not one for whom playing with the ball at his feet is something that he's used to, right? So for game after game after game after game, we kept telling Fraser Forster to play the ball short and to play with the ball at his feet rather than just chuck it out, right? And he shipped bollock tons of goals, right? Today, Antonin Kinski, who is supposed to be a decent ball-playing goalkeeper, he kept hitting it long. So it's like, when you've got a tree in goal who you should be telling to kick long, you don't. And when you've got a player who can do that, you tell him to not do that either. Again, this is why Postecoglou has to go, because he will change his mind and insist on things that don't work.
Well,
Right?
I'm
And
out.
Dragusin is the same. Dragusin is being told to do things he's not used to doing. He's used to being physical. He's used to being. He was out muscled a lot today, but he's used to going to ground. He's used to bashing into players. He's tough.
Absolutely.
He's
Getting
hard.
stuck in.
Yeah, he's not a cultured defender, right? Like Van de Ven is. Yeah,
Exactly.
So you cannot.
It makes you question who brought him into the club though, because he's clearly the wrong fit for what Ange wants to do.
Yeah,
and that makes me wonder: was he brought in as defensive cover? Because when Van de Ven and Romero were partnered at the back, he wasn't getting a look in. Okay, let's be honest. Romero was always going to start, and Van de Ven was, the one who probably suited Ange Postecoglou's style the most with his running ability. But I don't think Dragusin's a bad player per se. I don't think he is at all. But he's just playing in the wrong system. In this system, he struggles to get forward with the ball from the back. And that then slows down our ability to play out from defence. That's not how sort of Ange wants to, play with this setup. It's not necessarily that he's a bad player, but it just makes you wonder who's doing the recruiting. Because if Ange is saying, this is how I want to play, and this is the profile of player I want, then why are we going out and buying Dragusin?
Who can really play Ange's way in defence?
Because he was available at a price that was convenient for Daniel Levy. That's why.
The problem is, right, what's happening at Spurs is we bring in managers who have got a way of doing things, and then we never give them what they want to do the way they want to play. So then we're saying to them, right, you need to adapt to what you've got. But what the club should be doing is either just hire the players and bring a manager that can actually work with the players that you're hiring. Say, right, this is how it works. You're going to work with what we tell you. Go find a manager if one like that exists. Or what you do is you say, we're just going to hire a lot of young kids. We're actually going to do Project Youth. And it's going to take 4 or 5 years. You need to ride with it because we'll get the fruits of the labour in 2028, 29. But because the club don't say that, we're all left guessing who signed who, what is the philosophy. Like, I'll be honest with you guys, I've understood what Ange is trying to do in most games. I don't disagree with it. Today, I looked at us and I genuinely couldn't understand who was playing where or why. There was moments today where I said, I don't understand anything on that pitch today. Today was the messiest I've seen us as a team. Just at one point, I swear to God, we were playing a back three and the left and right-sided centre-backs were inverting. I swear to God, I saw that and I thought, did that really happen? I didn't get it today. Today's the only day I really didn't understand anything.
Still, just
What's all
quickly,
over
I'm
the
going to go. I'm going to go. Alana's
How?
just called me for dinner, so I'm going to go get dinner before it gets cold. Lawyer, see you later. Slut, see you later. Love you, Ian. Love you, love
Brian, nice
you.
to see you, mate.
Dad, see you later. Foot Locker, see you later. And Stel, see you later. Everyone in the chat, see you later. And as always,
Love, brother.
we'll be out.
Take care, Brian. Big up. Just got a couple of super chats quickly. A user says, been hearing the club are exploring Allegri and some fans welcoming that. Let me say, fucking no. Some of you turned on Jose and Conte. Allegri is the king of defensive football. By the way, fucking no to Big Sam. He's a user. You're right. He also says, remember, guys, we bring the best out in teams. Another one, Ange's favorite dish, hamstring bolognese. Some people call us Totting hamstring, by the way. Just want to let you know. And he also says,
he's absolutely right about Allegri being ultra defensive. That's true, but what do you want? Do you want to win something or not? Right?
Allegri,
Answer that question. If you want to win something, you're gonna have to suck it up now, right?
I don't want Allegri, Rez, and I'll tell you why. Because
No, I don't want Allegri either.
No, I'll tell you why though. I'm not against him. I'm not against him being the manager. The reason I don't want him is I can't spend another 16 months listening to every fan fucking moan about the football being boring. I can't listen to that for another.
No.
A user I always said Ange is a career killer, not maker. He's killing a lot of our players at the moment, that's for sure. But yeah, go on, Dan. Sorry.
You see, with Allegri, it'd be in my opinion, it'd be a much better manager for the style we got. He plays the style of football I like personally. And people always seem to think defending, counter-attacking football is slow. No, it's one of the quickest types of football out there. Okay, you might sit back for a bit longer, but then it comes to three direct balls, bang, 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 and you're up there in the goal.
You know what I call it?
That's why I love Italian football. If Conte would have had this team, we'd be fine.
I call it fuck you football, right? Because you sit there and you take the pressure, and then suddenly you're up the other end and score. Fuck you. That's why I like it.
That's why I like Italian football. Yeah, I always have done. There's a tactics to it, and it's not just out and out defending. It's the same as anything. If you've got the right players to do it, it will look good. And like we said before, with the three we'd have at the back, a Dogi on the left, Porro on the right, and then you've got a choice in midfield, and then what you do up front. That team's just so much better suited for a 3-5-2, 3-4-1-2, whatever you want to call it.
Do you remember how hard they trained then when they were out in? I don't know where they were.
Closer to a trophy than your defensive Conte. Yeah, all right.
Conte's currently 6 points clear of Serie A, and he beat one of the favourites, Atlanta, away 3-2 yesterday.
So. Playing really attractive.
3 points. Well. 3 points, I think. Yeah, because Inter just won today, so it should be 3 points.
3 points. I want to move on to the third goal. So I was thinking at the back of my head, right, 2-0 down. This is awful. But okay, let's see if we can regroup and half time, come out second half, and maybe if we get a goal, we can rally. But literally, the 7th minute of stoppage time. By the way, Dragusin also had to go off because of an injury to cut head. Although that's not why they took him off at half time. They said it was for other reasons. So God knows what's going on. But this happened. A ball in from the right wing corner. Gets recycled back, cross to the far post, Tarkowski to head it back across 6-yard box, and literally bundled between Calvert-Lewin onto Archie Gray. And it was just a clusterfuck of a mess, and it just bundled in off Archie Gray. I feel sorry for him because he's just wrong place, wrong time. Don't even think he knew what was going on. And own goal Archie Gray, 3-0. I think at that point, we all knew it was over. And that's when the Ange out drums started banging quite heavily. Oh, John Cooper. First time on the channel. Well done. How you doing?
Oh, well, that was quick. Am I live?
You're live, mate. You're live. We're just talking about we've been better. Just talking about the third goal. It was just that third goal. We just looked broken as a team.
Don't ask me about that. I turned off at 2-0, so I can't comment.
You didn't miss much then. What did you guys make of the third goal? I mean, it just looked to me like we'd lost all hope.
They looked inexperienced.
was
they look
Dr.
like a bunch of amateurs. They didn't track the runners. They had no sense of position. There was no communication between the goalkeeper as well, I would say, between the keeper and the defenders. It's almost like they've never played together before, you know. There's no leadership at the back. There's no one, you know, screaming at these players to say, I need you here, I need you there. You know, there's nothing. You know, the gaps are there for everyone to see, you know. But yeah, I think like we was talking about this from last season, a 6 for me was completely necessary when Ange took over. And everyone kept on saying he doesn't play with a 6. You know, that extra bit of cover in the midfield that can track back and help out the defence. You know, we haven't got a 6 at the club at the moment. You know, that could have dropped deep today, perhaps. But, yeah, for me, the biggest issue today was communication. You know, a lot of it could have been avoided. There was just nothing there. And it was simple in the end. Just forced us into errors. A lot of it was unforced errors. That's how I saw it.
It's clown show. It's clown show. It's everything we do is seemingly last ditch, both defensively and offensively. I've rarely seen us really put together a passage of play where it's happened occasionally, where we've seemed completely settled. Maybe against Southampton, I think we might have done that. The defending is always last ditch. It's why we've been conceding stupid penalties, because we're so high up and everyone has to flood back to cope with the overload. And, you know, defenders go that way to mark this man. They go that way to mark that one. And Basuma barrels through the middle and fouls someone in the penalty area to give away another penalty. It's always last ditch. It's never measured. It's never composed, right? Because this guy doesn't do tactics. That's why he uses zonal marking, because to use man marking, you've got to explain to the player why and how to mark his player. You know, it's all done. It's you know, we used to say that Harry Redknapp, we joked that Harry Redknapp would say to the players, just go out there and run around a bit, right? I reckon that's probably just the single step below what Ange is telling them to do. Yeah, it's all last ditch. It's all uncomposed. It's all desperately trying to do it 100 miles an hour because he thinks that that's what's going to win. Unfortunately,
I don't think we're coached how to defend, Riz. I don't think we dedicate nowhere
I don't
near
think
enough
that's
to it individually or as a unit. There is another thing I wanted to bring up about the first half. John, you can do this one because you would have seen this.
Mm-hmm.
Son Heung-min. Now, by his standards, he had 2 fantastic chances, and Son of 2-3 years ago is 2 goals. One was a timid effort, and the other one was just, oh, Sonny, why have you allowed the player to get the tackle in? Like, what did you make of Sonny? The chances he had today, and Son in general, John. Kim smiling, can't wait.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, big up Stelios, man. How you doing? And everyone else on the panel here today. Listen, I actually came onto a Spurs panel. This is when Son got the golden boot. Well, shared it with Salah. I actually said that first half of the season, I actually said to everyone, I said, you can see his game is going. It's a little bit like a boxer. When you notice the top boxers, the last thing that goes with a heavyweight boxer is their punching power. So the last thing that goes with Son is his ability to finish, right? So I actually saw in that season when he got the golden boot, I was actually saying to Sim on the panel, I said, I can see the quality, the intangibles are going with Son. The twinkle feet is going, the pace is going, the ability to get the ball out of his feet and get a shot off is going. He's losing that killer instinct. That was in the season that he got the golden boot, by the way. I was noticing the drop off then, right? And you can see it's been a big tail curve since then, right? That's been with Son. And you can see, like, I'm not being funny, but if Son was a horse, he'd been shot a year ago. You know, I hate to say it, guys. We love him so much. You know, please make him an ambassador of the club. But he has been gone for the last 18 months. He's gone. You know, everything that we loved about Son it's gone. But the last thing that goes with any player like Son, the last thing that goes is the finishing. We know that he's got the finishing. Even that's not completely there right now, right? But that is the last thing that goes, like a heavyweight boxer. The last thing goes is the punching power. The last thing that will go with Son is the ability to finish. But even that's starting to wane right now. And so we all have to say, yes, Son, beautiful player, beautiful person. But what does it take to know this guy's finished?
But how is he going to get remembered as well? I mean, with a player like Son, again, I look on him like a player like Michael Owen and others, where he relied on his pace so much. And don't get me wrong, he was a world-class finisher, but that's all he was world-class at. That's why I never called him a world-class player, but world-class finishing. As soon as he's lost his pace and stamina, that's half his playing out the window, because he can't take on the players like he could. He can't use his pace, which he always used so much to his advantage. And then the other thing is, he should have gone in the aspect of, he's going to get remembered now. It's always going to get said now, and it'll get worse. Like Norris, Son was great for us, but we should have sold him 2 years earlier. 3 years
2 years.
earlier.
He should have gone 2 years ago.
Same as everyone says with Loris, isn't it? And it's a shame that we're going to remember that last bit.
You look at Ferguson, how ruthless he was with players. You know, the only way that he would have withstood with a player is if that player was willing to adapt and completely rebuild and reinvent themselves. If you look at Ryan Giggs, if you look at his trajectory as a teenager, he was unbelievable, and then he started to plateau around the turn of the century. He knew he had to reinvent himself and go into more of a defensive, conservative position to maintain his career. This happens with a lot of players. They're amazing, like Rooney. They have to realize at a certain point, even Rooney's come out and said, you cannot stay at that same level forever. If you want to create a longevity with your career, you've got to reinvent yourself. For Everton, he dropped back into midfield. With Son, he's never going to be the same player anymore. For me, Son has to be that one player that just stays in a front, like a striker almost position. He just gets onto the end of things. If we're really going to drag out the last rips out of him, he cannot be on the wing anymore. He's someone that just needs to get on the finishing touch of things. The only way that he can continue his career at Spurs, if he plays in some kind of two, very, very central, and gets on the end of things. He's finished as a winger. Why are we still playing him anywhere near the wing? It's unbelievable. If you watch Son, he cannot get past any man anymore. But we're still playing him on the wing, thinking he's going to get past his man. In fact, Werner does a better job at stretching his man and putting them on the back foot than Son does. When you watch Son play, and he recycles it back inside, recycles it back inside, because he's finished. He knows he's finished. The only thing you're going to get out of Son now, if you play him in the middle, trying to get on the end of things, that's the only way you're going to stretch out his career any longer. Even Ryan Giggs you to continue his career by going into more of a central. Go on, sorry, Stel.
Before the season started, I said to Dan in the far corner, I said to him, we're going to have a problem this season. You can't play Son and Solanke together. And the reason is, Son is washed as a wide winger now.
He's washed as a
wide winger. His best position is as a number 9 if he's got space to run into. But the problem is, he's not going to play as that player because Solanke's been bought, so he has to play there because Solanke can't play left or right. So we've got a problem.
I know.
You can't play them together. And the more and more I see them play together, the more and more I feel it doesn't click. And I said this was going to happen. I didn't think Son would be this bad, though. I didn't think Son would be this. You know, he's completely gone.
For me,
I think do you tell my point that with a heavyweight boxer, the last thing to go is the punching power, right? So the last thing that you'll see from Son is the finishing. That's the last thing that you'll see from Son. That's the last threads of his game, right? And even that's going right now, right? Can you see that?
I think Son needs to just go to a league where he's going to be given more time on the ball and he's going to be not having to play at such a high pace. And I think you'll see there's still a good player there, but at this level, he's gone.
As a left winger, can you see or not? As a left winger, you can't get past his man.
Sonny is done, right? Because he's done. Yeah. Do you know what really put what's it called? Put it to bed for me in my mind was when he missed that penalty, right? And it wasn't because he missed the penalty per se. When I watched him in the run-up, you knew he was going to miss it. You knew it. I said he's going to miss, right? Because that we say we've got twinkle feet. He's always had a twinkle in his eye as well, right? That's gone. He's dead there, right? Confidence is gone, ability is gone, and he knows it, right? But he's being forced to continue playing because, again, we go back to what we were talking about earlier. He is a draw for certain people. Why did we go and buy Yang? We didn't buy Yang because he's some great talent. We bought him so he could be Sonny's successor with the 12 million South Korean fans we have.
Mate, his shirt
right?
sells FC, you know that.
Exactly. This is what, and Sonny will continue to be thrashed and thrashed and thrashed until such time as his contract ends. At that point, he might get out of it if his dad doesn't interfere, right? Because this guy's been controlled by either the club he's at or his dad or both for the last 30-something years, right? He's done. He shouldn't be picked. I said it in a WhatsApp group earlier today, right? When Sonny missed the target and Ange turned away and flapped his arms like this. And I texted in that. I said, oh, the loser turns away and flaps his arm in frustration when Sonny doesn't score and doesn't do anything either. Then stop fucking picking him.
Stick him in Serie A as a striker and do it fine.
The harsh reality here is that Werner causes more problems to the opposition than Son does right now.
He does.
And that's the hard fucking pill a lot of Spurs fans to swallow because they see Son, he's built a lot of credit in the bank. You know, he's done so many great things. But at the end of the day, when he gets the ball, he turns inside and he recycles the ball. When Werner gets the ball, he at least runs at the opposition and puts them on the back foot. He gets into more dangerous positions than Son does right now. Let's be honest about this. That's the difference between Werner and Son. I would take Werner over Son just for the positions that Werner gets into.
Agreed.
Why can we not accept this as Spurs fans? Because we love Son so.
Hang on, John. John, there's no end product with Werner. There's no end product.
That's the thing.
Yeah, okay.
He beats his ball back.
Listen, I agree with that. But listen, if you were to take A or B, A player recycles the ball, takes the ball into a slightly dangerous area, but keeps the ball recycling. Or position B, the person gets into a goal-scoring opportunity, gets in front of the goalkeeper and misses it. I would still take B over A. What would you take?
Absolutely right. Absolutely.
Out of Werner and Son, Werner can take his man on. I've said it.
Right? They view him as a striker. They don't look at him as a winger. His wing play is actually really good. Right? He gets past his man. He attacks defenses. He puts crosses in. It's just that end product is missing. And you know what?
His crossing is rubbish.
Any competent manager would have him in training hour after hour practicing his shooting. Right?
Look, with Werner,
we're not doing that. So he hasn't got any end product.
He's the only one who can really take his man on apart from Porro, because Johnson can't do it, come love nor money either.
Exactly.
But Werner or Son, okay, if you want a player who can take a man on and run past him and then break his own legs in the process and do nothing with it, then you can have Werner. If you want a player that there's a chance he scores a goal, you go for Son. Son is still more capable of scoring goals.
He does not get into the positions.
But I'm saying he's more capable. They're both poor, but he's more capable than Werner.
So what's the point?
What does Werner do then? He can't pass, he can't cross, he can't get in the bloody box. All he can do is run past his man.
Because Werner gets into one-on-ones with the goalie.
1 in 30 odd crosses. Come on, don't tell me Werner's a good cross.
How many crosses does Sonny put?
No, but Son is unable to get into the position to even get into that position in the first place.
He's still more likely to score a goal than Werner.
Yeah, but he doesn't get into the position. So which one would you rather have?
I would take Son over Werner. I would take Son
over Werner.
I wouldn't take
You can answer that one. Very simple.
Take Son. But he does not get into the position because Werner creates the positions for himself to get into that position.
But who's more likely to score a goal, Son or Werner?
Yeah, but he doesn't get into those positions anymore.
That's not what I asked. Who will still score more goals this season?
Yeah, but
you know the beauty.
But you're giving me the choice of Werner and Son. You're giving me the choice of Werner and Son. Who will score more goals?
That's on the premise. That's on the premise, Dan.
You said who would you have, Werner or Son?
That's on the premise that only Sonny or Werner will score. That's false equivalence. Right,
Sonny's more likely than Werner. Come on.
So you take Sonny's goals out, but you increase the number of goal opportunities you've got. You've got more than one player who might take those goal opportunities.
Hello, guys.
This is where people are so stuck on stats. They see it as only like, when you're in front of goal, like, who's going to be better at scoring that, finishing that opportunity. But
John, you
at
know,
the moment, Son is completely unable to get into any
Okay.
scoring opportunity
Can we
Son's
get a
whatsoever.
word
been
in?
completely unable for 6 years to do anything. I mean, not Son, sorry, Werner. He
You know
can't
the
pass,
beauty of
can't
this.
cross.
He's
Guys,
actually stretches the
guys,
defense
the beauty-
more than Son.
Can we
Goals,
all agree? Can we all just agree that we should just play Mikey Moore in that position because he looks
That
like
was
he-
what I was going to say.
Can we just agree on that?
Thank you. That was what. Still, the beauty of A or B is that you've always got C, and C is Mikey Moore. So A and B forget, go
Play
for
Mikey
C.
Moore.
Sorry, definitely now. Neither Werner nor Son have got it now. I'm sorry. Put Mikey Moore in.
Listen to the state of this football club at 12:30 at night. We are arguing over an awful Werner or a washed out Son. Which one do we keep?
That's how far Son has gone down, isn't it?
This conversation. I want to.
But you know it really, right?
Quick super chat from Spider NFC. Rivalry aside, lads, I watch your team closely. Little tweaks could change your entire season. We've had a dip since Newcastle, Fulham till Forest. We haven't lost a league game. Spurs should be top 3. The thing is, Spider, when fans like you say this, you don't tell me what these tweaks are. Can you tell me what the tweaks are? Because it's easy when people say, "Oh, you just this and that." Tell me the details, and then we can have a conversation about it. But
Change the manager, buy new defenders, swap the midfield out, and alter your attackers. Those tiny little tweaks.
yeah, reboot the club. 3-0 at halftime, and let me remove this super chat. It's in the way. How do I even get rid of them? That's it. So at halftime, the stats were we dominated possession. But they had double the amount of shots, triple the amount of shots on target. We had more passes, obviously, because we had more possession. They had 4 clear-cut chances. And can I say, that is a high number at halftime for any team. We had 1. And they deservedly were, I wouldn't say deserved to be 3-0 up because we deserved 1 or 2 goals, I felt, but we missed the few chances that we did create. But second half, we took off Dragusin. They said it wasn't because of the injury. They brought in Richarlison, and it looked like we went to a 4-2-4. And it was a bit of a stalemate. We rallied a bit. We looked a bit more energized. I guess Everton took their foot off the gas. And then on the 77th minute, clever pass out to Maddison, runs in the box as Pickford comes out. So now the angles, there's a bit of a confusion. Finds Mikey Moore. Shot was blocked. Kulu, I've got to say it, absolute class finish. Do you know that? I think we haven't really. It was majestic. He's picked up the ball calmly, cool as you like, floated it over 1, 2, 3 players, and even the Everton player on the goal line tried to head it. He nailed it. He got the right height on the ball, so it went over his head, then dropped underneath the bar. Can I say, if any other top, what's this? Yeah, we did this earlier. He's one of the worst, mate. I know. Points per game. I think we spent about half an hour just on his poor stats. But the Kulu goal, guys, listen. I'm not saying Kulu was great today. That goal, if any other top player scored it in the league, everyone would be saying, "Wow!" It was quality, man. It was a brilliant finish. What did you think of it? Because I literally just had to take a little step back and say that is fantastic.
I think at that point, Kulu had nothing to lose. Pressures, because you're losing 3-0 at that point. You're thinking, why not just go for it? Pressure's sort of off a little bit. But yeah, I've got to agree with you still. Great goal, but too little too late, I suppose. If we went in 3-1 at half time, we might have stood a chance maybe of mounting a comeback. But yeah, great goal. I mean,
and can I say, Mikey Moore being on the pitch as well, he was beginning to make things happen for us. He was involved in that confusion and the shot being blocked. So well played to Mikey Moore, who came on and put some energy into our team. What did you guys think of the Kulu goal? Were you impressed by it, or was it just, come on, it was an empty goal almost?
The goal itself was a thing of beauty, right? But it only came about because Everton lost discipline at the back.
Yeah.
Right? Pickford comes out, right? Came out rashly, fucked it up, and had to scramble back, by which time there weren't enough defenders to cover. Kulu was sublime in taking that shot because he knew if he smacks it straight at it, far too many bodies in the way. But he could see that the defenders were out of the goal and just chipped it or sort of like did that lofted sort of curving ball into the corner. Beautiful, right? But it only came about through Evertonian ill discipline. Yeah, we didn't craft it ourselves.
But would you say us being a bit more energetic in the attack began to cause some confusion and causing the players to be a bit irrational?
It was an error that they made because of pressure. Yeah, absolutely.
It reminded me a bit of the game at Liverpool last year, where we're 4-0 down after an hour. Richie came on, and all of a sudden we started playing, and we got 2 back, but too little, too late.
So when we've got nothing to lose, we decide to give it a go.
Yeah, we had nothing to lose. We were 4 down at Brighton, came back to 4-2.
But can I just say something? A lot of Spurs fans are going to say that the reason we didn't play well today was because the players didn't show up, and they're not playing for the shirt and all playing for the badge. That's not the case, man. I can see 11 players really trying their hearts out, but they're playing into a system that is just getting them completely pulled out of position. They're like putting out fires all over the pitch. There's no structure to the play. But then to the untrained guy, they say they're not trying. That's bullshit, man. I can see these players are trying, but there's no formula. There's no structure for them to fall into. And that's the reason why they're failing. That pisses me off when people say they're not these players, they're not turning up for Ange. It's the players. It's not the players. It's that they don't know how to play. There's no system. There's no structure. There's no formula. That's the reason why these guys are failing.
But also morale is low as well, though. That's another issue. Morale is low at the moment. They might be trying, but morale plays a big part in it as well. Like confidence in attempting certain shots, this, that, and the other. There's no confidence or morale, is what I'm trying to say. And what you're saying is obviously it boils down to the manager. It's up to the manager to galvanise the players. It's up to the manager to implement the tactics he wants on the pitch. Quite obviously, it's quite obvious to see that they're frustrated with the system, in my opinion.
Yeah, but they're trying, man. You can see. Look, it's too easy to say the players aren't trying. That's like the lowbrow, low IQ football analysis to say the players aren't trying. I can see the players are trying. It's just they don't know where to go. They don't know which formation to go. If you watch Newcastle against Arsenal, right? Anytime Newcastle had to drop back and defend, right? They pressed the ball. There's at least 3 or 4 players compressing to the ball every time Arsenal got the ball in the wide areas, right? When we're defending, it's just completely wide open. Give them as much space as you want. Just don't worry about it. Like that's the fucking problem, Like we don't know how to defend. There's no structure to the defensive line at all.
John, I disagree a bit with you. I disagree a bit with you here. I do think they're trying, but I also think they're not. I'll give an example.
Yeah,
that second goal Arsenal scored. The ball goes to Trossard. Both Pape, Sarr and Dragusin didn't go over to engage. They both drop back. Now, you can say they didn't know where to go. Mate, if you're a half-decent player, one of you's got to shut it down. So either Dragusin says to Sarr, you go, I'll cover you, or Dragusin says, I'll go, cover me. There was none of that. No communication. Neither of them took the initiative. So as much as I agree that the players are still running, so that could be deemed as trying, there are scenarios where are you really trying? You've literally let the guy run half the length of your half and get a shot away.
But I understand that, but they're asking too much of the players. They're asking too much of the players.
But you don't need an instruction to know to go to a player.
Yeah, but what if he's told them not to do that? What if he said, I don't want you putting tackles in?
He said, let them run at us.
Maybe not necessarily run at us, but the fact that what we were talking about.
That's what they did, Rez. They let him run at us. That's what they did.
I know that's what happened. I'm saying that's not necessarily the instruction. There could be any number of ways in which that instruction has filtered through to them. In the same way that we see Dragusin, a player that used to put a tackle in, fail time and again to put a tackle in against players advancing on our area. Maybe it's a case of he said to them, stay on your feet because we want to do the counter punch thing. Maybe that's what it is.
Okay, Rez,
right?
Stay on your feet, but go to the ball.
I don't know. Again, I'm speculating. But
I'm telling you what I see. What I see is there are moments where our players, I think, are either lacking intelligence or overhyped. Like, I'll give you an example. I think Pape Sarr is so overhyped by a fan base. I think he's average. I think he's a very average midfielder.
So maybe I've got no issue with that. I just think it's because of that he's. In a way, I think a large part of it might be just the circumstance potentially as well. Maybe they've seen they're just frightened of tackling, and in the absence of any instruction from him, they won't go down because they're worried about being sent off or something. I don't know. But it could be any number.
Yeah, but still, like you've got to understand.
I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry, Rez. Rez, we're making excuses
so much
for basic defending. This is basic defending. This is when you've got a striker boring down on goal. You've got to go to him. You've got to hit that tackle. You've got to force him wide. You've got to slide in. You've got to do everything to stop that shot.
So why aren't they doing it? So why aren't they doing it?
Sometimes they do.
I'm offering a possible explanation. I'm not saying it's correct. I just don't know. I'm saying this might be the reason. But
Rez,
you're not saying any reasons. You're just saying, oh, they should be doing it. Okay.
Rez, they're individual errors. Rez, if they are
it's not just individual errors. No, it's not. They're pulled out of position. They're putting out fires all over the pitch because it's so frantic that they're having to cover every other position on the pitch.
Juicing and Star weren't out of shape that goal, John. They weren't out of shape that goal. They were in good positions. But they let
we're always out of shape, mate. We're always out of shape.
So why aren't they doing it?
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Rez, I'm telling you why. I'm telling you, guys, listen to what I said.
Why?
Hold on, Rez. Listen to what I said. I think sometimes the tactics are killing us, and the players are being made to look worse than what they are. But I also think there's times when our players aren't doing their job, regardless.
Exactly.
And that goal,
why?
That second goal. Listen, that second goal against that second. I'm not talking about today's game. I'm just giving an example of the season and a recent one because it's fresh in our memories. That second goal against Arsenal is all on individuals. It starts with Basuma losing the ball because he doesn't check his shoulder, but yet he turns into trouble. That is not on Ange. Right. That is on Basuma. Then when the ball goes to Trossard, we've got two players in perfectly good positions. Neither of them go across. So
why
when
not?
it comes to that, I say Basuma, you're overhyped. Sarr, you're overhyped. Jagusin, come on, you're the centre back. Get control of it. But then there's other moments like today, the third goal we conceded. I totally agree with John. What the fuck are we doing? This is a mess. Then I'm with John. I think there's a bit of both.
The tactics, they're doing as they are told with the tactics, basically. I've said that enough times, but how many times does it also come down to it? When in doubt, kick it out. When you're a goalkeeper and you've got two players coming directly at you because your defenders ain't there to cover you, what do? Do you do what the manager tells you to do, or do you now and again use your own brain, which some of these players ain't got? You kick it out. And enough times, goalkeepers, defenders and that, how many moments you've got to make your own mind up.
Question. How many of us here have played professional football? Hands up.
What's that got to do with the time of day?
Hold on. I'm getting to it, Dan.
None of us have played professional football.
Under 14s, but yes.
Right. So all of us here know that mantra. When in doubt, kick it out. Right? What is the likelihood that people that are paid thousands of pounds a week are unaware of that mantra?
Highly unlikely.
So why aren't they doing it? Could it be because they forget, or because the manager has told them not to?
This is a moment.
There's certain times
and
where
that's
they
what
should
I'm
make
saying in reaction to when I said earlier, people saying no, they should know better. They do know better.
Certain times they should know better.
Not doing it is because they're told not to do it. So what I'm saying is the logical thing.
I don't think we can generalize. I don't think we can generalize every moment as the same. Like, I honestly believe sometimes I think these players are just not doing what they're supposed to do. Whereas what you just said, Rez, I agree with that moment. So, for example, today we're 3-2 down. There's 10 seconds to go. It's the 94th minute. Our goalie gets the ball, and I'm thinking, Ajax, second leg of the Champions League. Stoko sends it long. Loriente, Mora, 3-3. Right? That's what I'm thinking. Our goalie, he rolls it to the wing back, and we look to play handball out. And I'm thinking, the clock's. What are you doing? That's on the manager. That is on the
Of course
fucking
it
manager.
is. Of course it is. Yeah.
That, and the thing is, this is why it's about Ange. It's all about Ange. The reason a lot of these mistakes, I think the players do bear some responsibility. Of course they do, right?
100%
The reason
they
I
do.
thought Jed Spence was the best today is because he actually seemed to be doing stuff that wasn't part of the Ange playbook today, right? At one point, he was on the right wing, right, when he's supposed to be in
That's
left
probably
defense.
why he hasn't
had the
played
ball,
most of the
causing
season. Ray.
problems.
That's probably why
Maybe,
he
He's our
hasn't.
yeah,
best player.
absolutely. Again, it says a lot
player
about
right now.
Postecoglou. But half of the thing where there's acres of space ahead of them, and they're out on the wing. They've got the ball, acres of space ahead of them. You know, the opposition central defenders are 5 yards in that direction. They've got loads of space. They get to the halfway line and stop and check. What the hell are you doing? At least run it up to the what's it called, towards the opposition box, and then wait for support. You know, half the
It's
time,
lack of quality,
all the time,
mate. They're not good enough on the ball.
getting to
Not
the
good
edge
enough
of the
on the ball.
opposition box, and then playing it and then doing the longest switch in history that encompasses 6 other players to get it to the other side of the opposition box. Enough time for Evertonian players to have a cup of tea, check their hair, buy another Chanel handbag, and then get over to the other side of the box to stop us from progressing.
Love it.
Right?
Well,
It's all about Ange. The players are a bit shit, agreed, but you know that comes with confidence. But
do you know what?
it's
When
all from that source.
when people talk about Ange and not knowing what he's doing, right? This picture floating around the internet cracked me up. This one killed me today.
That's brilliant.
Look, to wrap it up, 92nd minute. Corner. Spurs worked it short. Mikey Moore whipped in an unbelievable pass, man. It was bang on point. And Richarlison, right place, taps it in. And the unthinkable was on. 2 minutes to go. Oh my God, can we actually get a draw? Look, it was a pretty straightforward goal for a player of Richarlison's level, which isn't high, but it's a 2-yard tap in. What do you guys make of Mikey Moore? Because I don't want us to hype him up, but I felt him being on the pitch changed the dynamic for us. And he was involved in the chaos that led to Kulu's goal. But that ball to Richarlison, man, we are dying out for players that can get balls in the box like that. I think he's got the potential of being a really, really, really good player. But I don't want to overhype it because he's young. And
Overhyping.
he seems fearless. He seems not shy at all to give it a go, right?
City went after him in the summer, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Pep wanted him.
Tell us what you need to know.
We do this thing as Spurs fans. We do this thing as Spurs fans where we see a little bit of promise in someone, especially the young players coming through, and we start to think because we're so starved of everything that we just go, "Fucking it, yeah, you are the man."
I am trying to stay humble with this, right? I want to make that clear.
If you were to take Werner's performances, I hate to go back to Werner, but if he was a youngster coming through, if Werner was a youngster coming through, and you would give him so much credit and permission for everything, all the little end of the last ball mistakes he does, right? And you go, there's so much I see in this player, right? But the moment he goes to Moore, you're like, yeah, it's fine, it's absolutely fine. People have to stay humble and see things objectively, but we don't. We go, Moore, yes, unbelievable. Please stay humble, everyone. Please stay calm.
But this, hold on. Werner's an experienced, seasoned 12-year pro compared to Moore. With Moore, I'm saying he looks like he could be, right? I'm using words carefully. Like, I'm not saying he is, but from everything I've seen,
stay grounded.
Right, John, our fans bigged up Troy Parrott. They bigged up Dane Scarlett. They bigged up this guy.
Yeah.
Right. None of them have shown us the glimpses Moore has shown us. None of them have shown these glimpses. That's why I'm saying it. He actually looks like he might be different to all the other ones that got hyped up. Do you think, is that fair?
Yeah, but why? To make? Why? What's that? Yeah, but explain to me why.
Assists. He actually takes on players in that European game for 15 minutes. He showed more dribbling than any other Spurs player this year. Dribbling, taking on players. Okay, that injury came at a bad time, but from the little glimpses we've seen. That wonderful little dribble he made in the Tamworth game where he put the cross in and then Werner headed it but didn't score. Again, that was Mikey Moore. I'm just saying there's glimpses that he's showing at his age where I can say, do you know what?
Stay grounded. All I'm saying still is stay grounded, man, because it's so easy as Spurs fans. We're so starved of any sort of talent that we almost uplift these little talents like Troy Parrott, yes, Dane Scotland, yes. It's like,
I never did
like,
that.
Yeah, no,
the
you're
thing is,
not.
John,
You're not. But Spurs fans
I
do
never
that.
saw.
Spurs fans
But,
do
yeah,
that.
but see, but this is the point with those players. I never saw anything for me to say wow or oh, hold on.
Yeah.
But with Mikey Moore, he's the youngest of any player that we've seen being given a chance. And what I'm seeing him do in moments, I'm thinking this boy's got something. There's clearly something there, and he's not scared to show it. The right manager, I think we might have a talent on our hands. Might.
It's like when he missed that header. When he missed that header from like 2 yards out, right? Do you remember that?
Which game was that? Today.
First
So
minute.
Werner put in an amazing cross, and actually Mikey Moore missed the header from like 2 yards out.
Was it Fulham?
I can't remember who it was against, but
No,
it was like 2
it
yards out.
was-
Mikey Moore misses the header, right? Werner put in a world-class cross, and Werner missed the header, and Mikey Moore missed the header. Had that been the other way around, we'd be talking about this amazing world-class cross from Mikey Moore and a calamitous header from Werner, right? Correct or not?
But doesn't he get a bit of a pass as a youngster because he's just started?
Yeah, exactly.
His job?
That's my point, Stel. That's my point. You have to look beyond the pass.
Yeah, but that's why I say the word he might. That's why I say he might.
Exactly. That's why you've also got to give Werner a pass on that, and also not try.
No, because he's 29. He's in the.
No, I know
he's
I know.
had 12 years.
And he
Of course,
takes
you've
about
got to
40
look at
crosses
the game
before he gets
objectively.
one good one. So how can you pick him up on one good one? Just because he's missed 40. Oh, well done. You got it right. You're not 165 grand a week. Whoopie fucking do. Well done. Oh, you scored a goal out of 12 attempts.
He's got a
Well
point.
done,
He's got a
mate.
point.
Well
It's
done.
true. He's got a point. He's got 165 grand a week.
I don't care about that. You've got to look at the game objectively and how they're playing, not their wages.
You
All right,
can't pass, you can't pass. Don't try and pick Werner
Is
up.
it fair? Okay, 1 minute.
I'm not trying to put him on a level par. I'm trying to say that we say, oh, it's a youngster coming through, so he can miss a sitter. Doesn't mean anything because we're going to give him a pass.
John, is it fair then? Is it fair to compare? Is it fair to compare an electrician who's 17 learning the ropes to someone who's 30 years old, been in the game, who can rewire a house with his hand over his eyes? Is it fair to make that comparison between the two on the quality of their work?
I know where you're coming from here, and I agree with the kind of the metaphor you're making here. Yeah.
The problem you've got is might, maybe, perhaps doesn't actually mean anything. It's neither a positive nor a negative, because might just says that potentiality for either exists, right? At the moment, for his age, Mikey Moore is excellent for his age, right?
Yeah.
Whether or not in 4 years' time, in 8 years' time, in 10 years' time, he will be excellent for his age then depends on so many factors that there's no way of knowing based on anything that we can observe, right? When
That's all I'm saying. Don't get carried away. Don't get carried away. See things objectively. I know we give it a kind of a handicap system where we go, they're a youngster coming in, we're giving them a pass. This is a player on £200,000 a week, so we're going to condemn any little slight mistake they make. Try and take all that out of the equation and try and see the game as if it's 11 players on exactly the same wage and see it objectively. That's the way that I look at a football game.
Right, and I look at a player who's 165 grand a week and misses and gets 1 out of every 40 shots right and misses about 5 goals literally 2 yards out and can't even get a shot on target 9 times out of 10. Then I grill him.
Yeah, but how many chances does Son create for himself?
Did we not just say that we weren't going to compare Moore to Werner? That works both ways.
But that's what John did. John did that comparison.
I'm not comparing.
You have to take that information and see it on a level playing field.
I made no comparisons. I'm saying that you can neither side carries weight, right? They're both equal in the same way that right now, the only thing that you can say is Mikey Moore is excellent for his age. He does some things very badly because he's only 17.
Yeah.
He does some things very well, which is the things that you hope that he would develop and become even better at. Whether or not that happens, we don't know, right? But the point is, he had a great pass in and he missed a header, right? That was bad. He
Rez,
forgotten who
Rez,
runs that.
everybody misses chances. Hold on, everybody misses. Kane missed sitters. So why are we picking up one situation here? This is probably
Did I
the most
pick up the
this is
situation?
the most exciting teenager to come through for many years.
Did I pick anything up?
No. I'm just saying.
Have I said anything inherently negative about him?
No, you just said, "Oh, he missed a sitter." No, every player misses a sitter. Let's not actually home in on
Does
one
that
thing.
make it okay?
Let's talk
Does
as a
it make it
general.
okay?
Let's talk in general.
Does it make it okay?
What do you mean? Does it make it okay? It happens.
Does a player missing a sitter make it okay?
Well, what do you want to do?
Lots of players
Slaughter him for it? What do you mean?
No.
Does it make it okay?
Did I say I wanted to punish him for it?
I didn't say that. That's not what I said either.
Then why are you accusing me of it, Ian? Why am I getting? Can I speak without being fucking interrupted, please?
Sorry, calm down, mate. We're on a show
No,
here.
don't tell me to calm
Let's
down.
calm
Don't
down.
tell me to calm down.
Guys,
Don't
chill.
just
We're just
calm
talking about
down, yeah?
Mikey Moore. Everyone
You know
relax.
why?
Everyone.
You know
everyone chill.
why? You know
Everyone chill.
why? Because for most of this stream, when I've tried to say something, people have either deliberately or accidentally misconstrued what I've said rather than actually listening to what I'm saying and responding to that. A player missing a sitter is not a positive thing, regardless if one player does it or 400 billion players do it. The fact that he missed a sitter is a fact. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I ascribe no value judgment to it. So why are you attacking me for doing so?
Because we should be talking
You
about
haven't-
him. We should
I
be
didn't-
talking about him as a talent,
I
not
was
picking out
speaking
one
to
bad
that.
thing that he's done.
I didn't pick it out. I put it in the context that it was. Did I not say he does some
This is
things
John's fault,
badly
by the way. This is
and
John's
some
fault.
things excellently? Did I not say that, Ian?
Can I ask you all a question on
Did
this
I
subject?
or did I not say that he does some things badly and some things excellently?
What did we do badly? Tell me.
Did I not say he
You
does
did, but I don't
something
agree with you,
badly
Ross.
and
I
some
don't
things
agree with you.
excellently? Did I not say he
Yes,
does
you did, but I
something
don't
badly?
agree with you.
Thank you. Can you apologize, therefore, for accusing me of denigrating him?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. My daughter was screaming at me.
Can you apologize to me for the accusation of denigrating him?
No, you said he had missed a sitter.
Did
which
I
is
not
ridiculous.
say he does some things badly and some things excellently?
Guys,
What have you done
can
badly?
I put an end to this?
Did I not
Because
say he does
this
some
has
things
gone
badly
way
and
beyond
some things excellently?
a
Did
football
I not
debate.
say
It's a
he does
ridiculous
some things
conversation.
badly and some things excellently?
This is a ridiculous
Did I
conversation.
not say he
Guys,
does
guys,
some
both of
things
you, I'm going to
badly
put a
and
stop.
some
Guys,
things excellently?
please.
Yes,
Did
you
I
did.
not say?
Yes, you did,
Thank
but I
you.
don't agree
Can
with
you
you.
apologize, therefore,
No,
for saying
because
that
I
I
don't
denigrated
agree with
you?
you.
You accused me. You made an accusation which
Do me a
was
favour.
false.
This is
Can you,
sorry.
can you
Phil,
either apologize or
Phil,
shut
I'm
up?
sorry, mate. This is
Either
not normal
apologize or shut
behaviour.
up.
Right,
This is
guys,
not normal.
guys, I'm really sorry. I've muted you both. I'm sorry, right?
Yeah.
It's getting silly. Honestly, we've gone from just a civil conversation, but we're now losing it. Let me reframe the question, guys. Let me reframe the question. Do any of you think
yeah.
Mikey Moore, based on what you've seen, do you think he's got a good chance of becoming an exciting, good, the next deadly kick? Oh, Rez has gone, man. Let's move on from that.
That was great, man. You should have ended that. That was such great television.
Yeah, but it's not what I want the show to be about. But okay,
I know, man. But it's like it's raw, man. It's raw human passion.
If you're going to debate, then you need to accept someone else's opinion because it's
but I
purely
think-
an opinion.
listen, I just
Some
think
people
sometimes
can't
with
handle it.
debates we forget that we're just having football opinions, and then it becomes personal on what we said specifically, and it becomes a bit more. It becomes more than what it should be, and I just feel it gets a little bit personal, and it doesn't need to be. Just that's all. And anyway, that said, do you guys think Mikey Moore will be a top player one day? Do you know? Think being your personal opinion, no evidence to back it.
Potential is there to say he's got
Can
a lot of
I
potential.
go on this one?
Yeah, go for it.
I think that because he's come from the academy, I think that we inflate his potential more than it probably is if we just signed a player, because that's the natural thing to do when you see a player come through the academy. Would we all agree on that?
Say that again, sorry, John.
Yes,
Sorry,
I think
I'm just trying to say that. Sorry, I'm trying to say that when you see a player come, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can you hear me all
I
right?
just wanted to repeat what you said.
I'm trying to
'cause I
say
never
that when a player comes through the academy, we inflate there's a halo effect around this player, and we see their potential more than if you just signed a player.
Yeah, in general,
Because
we
we
do
want
that.
to believe in
In
this
general, we
player.
do that. Yeah.
Yeah,
One
so
of our own.
I'll give an
and all that.
example. Harry Winks. Harry Winks is a perfect example. Came through, good player, very tidy on the ball. You had a lot of players thinking this is next Iniesta. I'm not going to say the name, but it was Sim from We Are Tottenham TV. Anyway, but look, that's what happens when you have a youth product come through, right? Yeah, sorry, Sim. Sorry, but so that's what happens. But if we're being completely objective about Mikey Moore, he's probably at a sort of a mid-table Premier League standard, and I think that's what his ceiling is going to be. If I'm being honest with you, that's still good, by the way. That's still very, very, very good.
For me, it depends. It depends if he's coached, because he's still quite young. So it depends. I mean, at the moment, I don't imagine he's being coached very well by Ange. But it depends who he's being coached by.
He's had some great coaches through the academy. He's had some really good guys.
Yeah, he has, but
looking after him
at a very young age. I mean, being coached at different phases of your career will sort of impact what sort of player you'll become, right?
I think he's a special talent. I really do. For his age, I think he's a very special talent. Now, only time obviously can tell whether he's going to make it big. But I think when I've spoken to coaches, and my son went to a club where there was a coach who was down at Spurs, and they all rate him as the one kid from the academy that they think can make it. And this has been from the age of 13. So, you know, and
Troy Parrott,
look what he's doing. John, look what he's doing. John, look what he's doing in cameos. Mikey Moore. He's doing it in little cameos. You don't expect him.
Yeah, but when Skip first came through, we were thinking, wow, this guy can actually play through the lines. This guy's very different to Harry Winks. This guy can actually thread a pass through. I remember when he played against Norwich, we're thinking, wow, this guy's he's a world beater, this guy, you know. And what happened to Skip?
I think the difference is, John, this time. I think the difference is with Mikey Moore, he's shown that he's got a really good eye for a pass, and he's got the ability to pull it off. For example, we saw it today, and also remember in Europe where he outside the boot whipped that ball around to Werner. It was a European game, and Werner fluffed the shot. Yeah. So he's shown he's got that in his locker. But I think what it is with Mikey Moore that is different is he can dribble. He's actually someone that beats a man. Like Winks was just a clean passer.
He commits him. He commits the opposition. He puts them on the back foot. He puts them on the back foot. Yeah.
Yeah, and what he does is he successfully 1v1 beats the man, and he doesn't come out of beating a man and think that's it. He can beat another man, and I think, look, I'm not going to do this. I don't want to say Gaza, Bale, right? But the reason I mention their names is because they were dribblers. They were dribblers. Chris Waddle. They were players that made us get excited, and I think when Mikey Moore gets on the ball, you think, I hope he takes on his man. Like you're saying that. And when he does, you're like, go on, my son. And then he beats another one and another one. Yeah. And that glimpse is the potential that he can do it on this stage. The bit that I'm not getting carried away on is just because he can do it now doesn't mean in 3 years' time he's doing it. But again, I think it has said it. If he's coached properly now, the transition from youth to men's game, he's coached that. I think we've got a serious talent on our hands, but a lot of ifs. Got to stay injury-free, got to have the right coach, got to be given plenty of minutes. There's a lot of ifs in the way. But he's showing all the things you want to see, whereas I don't remember seeing all of these things from a 17-year-old at Spurs. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
How much of this is, do you think, related to the fact of our current situation and the fact that we're crying out for a hero? and we're crying out for a talent that's going to kind of raise the morale, make us feel like there's something good going on. Because I don't know. Sometimes I think that because of that we end up elevating these slight talents into these incredible talents. And yeah, I can see a lot of good things in Mikey Moore. I definitely can. I can see that he commits his man. He puts him on the back.
Name another youngster.
Current situation. Yeah.
Name another youngster, 17 or 18, you saw at Spurs doing anything close to this that you can remember in the last 20, 30 years.
Gareth Bale, when he first came through. When he first came through.
One through our academy, though, one of our own.
One of our own. We haven't had many, man. We haven't had many. Yeah.
There's none. No one at this age has been able to.
But that shouldn't be the case. So we said we have to stick with this guy. He's brilliant, just because he's come through the academy. You've got to look at objective as well. Still, just because he's come through the academy, shouldn't we have to give him some extra leniency and go, we have to, this is going to be the man. He's like
no. I agree. If we sign Gareth Bale and at 18 he's doing better, then you have to say, well, it doesn't matter if this kid in the academy is good because the one we've signed is better.
Exactly.
I agree. On that, I agree. But at the moment, there's no one that we've got that is better at the moment in the club.
From the academy.
Or at a young age on the left foot. Listen, I think I can't say he's better than Odebert because I haven't seen enough of Odebert, but I think he gives Odebert a run for his money. He's better than Werner for me. I think he's a better player than Werner. He looks better than Son at the moment. Like who on the left wing for Spurs is better? Would you say that we've got in the club?
Well, you're not going to like me for saying this, but I do think Werner's still better than Mikey Moore at the moment.
What's wrong with you?
I'm gonna have to agree.
You're not going to like, are you? You're not going to like that because I tell you why. This is where a lot of Spurs fans get befuddled. It's
you're allowed your opinion. You're allowed your opinion. I just.
No. Let me hear me out on this one, right? It's the same thing as. Do you remember Jovino at Arsenal?
Yeah.
So he was someone that would get into the positions and then would fuck it up at the last minute, right? He would fuck up the last pass, but he would get into those positions. Do you remember Bergwijn for Spurs, right?
Yeah, I quite liked him. I quite liked Bergwijn.
Right? But do you know what happened after the Liverpool Anfield game when he completely lost all his confidence, right? Do you remember that?
Yeah. Well,
when he missed one kick off the post and I think he missed another one-on-one, right? He deliberately stopped getting himself into one-on-one positions with the goalie because he didn't want to fuck it up, right? Here's the difference between a player like Son at the moment and a player like Werner. Son I could get past a man, I could get into one-on-one, but I won't. I'll recycle the ball, I'll turn inside and I'll keep it going. Recycle the ball. Werner is someone that actually commits the player, gets the player on the back foot, the opposition starts moonwalking backwards, they start running backwards, he commits the man. He gets into the goal scoring opportunity and he fucks the last ball up, misses the shot, whatever it is. Yeah. I would much rather have that player than the player that doesn't take the opportunity. I would much rather have the player that actually takes on the man, gets in front of goal and misses that opportunity than the player like Son at the moment who gets the ball, turns inside and recycles the ball and doesn't even get into that opportunity in the first place. That's the difference. Werner will commit the man, will take on the man, and then he'll fuck up the last ball. Mikey Moore, Son, they'll get into position, they'll turn inside, and then recycle the ball. Which one would you rather have?
You'd rather take a man that has no end product. So there's no end product.
I would rather have a man that takes on his man, gets past the defender, faces the goalie, and fucks up the shot than a player that doesn't take on the man.
Let's look at it from a different side then.
Passes it inside.
Okay, I get your point. And believe it or not,
let's keep this on Mikey Moore, guys. Let's keep this on Mikey Moore. Yeah, Dan, keep it on Mikey Moore, though. Keep it on Mikey Moore.
Yeah, I just want to answer to what he just said as well. Now, I get what you're saying. I've actually stuck up for Werner a few times that he is the only one who can take his man on. But hardcore proof and evidence says it takes him 1 out of about 40 attempts to even get a decent pass, let alone cross. He misses the most shots and half the time falls over his own fucking feet. Son has got more, he's set up more set pieces and more goals, and Son is like older and if anything more down out of his main skill than Werner is, who hasn't had skill for 4 or 5 years. Mikey Moore, who knows how he's going to turn out. Potential on him is brilliant. Do I can trust he can make a better cross than Werner? 100%. Can he handle the pressure? Only time will tell. But he can blatantly cross and pass better than Werner already.
Can he get into the position that Werner's getting into? That's my point.
All right, let me describe it like this then. We go down the pub together. You go talking to a couple of women, so do I. You go buy the drinks, chat her up all night, and then say goodbye. She says goodbye, and you don't get her number. Well done. You got in the position, but you didn't get nothing home with you. What's the bloody point? Werner, he gets in the positions, but he don't do jack shit with it. What does it matter?
All right, Dan. Let me use your metaphor with you. So you've got a guy that approaches the girl at the bar. He's trying a few chat up lines with her. He's doing quite well with her. She's sort of interested, then he fucks up at the last minute, right? Or you've got the guy that sat at the bar with his pint by his chest, and he's refusing to even approach the girl. That's Son.
John, why do you want either of them? John, why do you want either?
I don't think Son's as good as he was, but he still scores more, sets up more than Werner.
I would expect Son to score over Werner any day.
If you watch the game, you use
me to score over Werner.
Son is not committing the opposition as much as Werner is.
Right.
He doesn't.
Who's got more assists? Son. Who's
He's
got
not
more
been played
goals?
as much.
Son. Who's going to have more assists by the end of the season?
I gave you earlier. It's like it's not being played as much, and also a heavyweight box.
Werner has had a fair few games.
I'm not saying he's a great player. He's a terrible player, but the one thing he does he stretches defenders. He puts them on the back foot. He gets them running that way.
But he does nothing with it. So, but Son, there's at least
more of a chance. I would rather have that than a player that just recycles the ball, which is what Son's doing.
I would rather have a player that does get into the place and score a goal at times.
Yeah, but Son doesn't even get into the positions. He's done, mate. He's done.
He did the other day and scored.
Yeah, from the edge of the area, from where they should have defended the edge of the area.
Goal's a goal, isn't it? It's more than Werner's done.
Yeah, but he's not on the pitch, so what can he do?
When Werner's on the pitch, when does he do that?
Werner at least makes the opposition run backwards. Son brings the ball back inside every single fucking time.
He's done, mate. I say it, but at the end of the day, Werner does absolutely nothing.
I'm not even saying Werner's a good player. I'm just saying you need to see things in balance here. Son is gone, mate. He's gone.
I know that.
He's gone.
But the fact that he's gone and will still score more and set up more assists than Werner says everything.
Some would say that.
Werner's not playing.
Some would say, John. Many say that Werner's gone.
Yeah, exactly. But he brings the intangibles in. That's what I'm trying to say to you, still, right? Everyone looks at the end product, the last pass, the finishing touches, right? But I would much rather have a player that breaks himself into a position in front of the goal, in front of the goalie, and fucks it up than a player that just doesn't even get past this man and recycles the ball, which is what Son's doing at the moment. That's what Son is doing at the moment. Can you see that?
John, hang on, Dan, can I just answer? John, if you're the manager at Spurs, neither of these guys are going to help you keep your job, are they?
Neither of them. They're both done. Done.
So you're going to try and
Bergwijn. Exactly the same as Bergwijn. That's why we got rid of him. He lost all his confidence. He wouldn't even get himself into a goal-scoring opportunity, and then we had to get rid of him because he was only recycling the ball inside, exactly like Son's doing at the moment.
But
I actually think
the answer is to find someone better.
I think Bergwijn would have done well in Ange's system, funnily enough. But
yeah, but come on. You saw Bergwijn's confidence go after that Anfield game when he missed those two chances, right?
He was shocked.
You described to me the change in his game after that Anfield game. Describe to
me. John, do you remember? Funny enough, the one game I went to that COVID
he scored the winner against Leicester away, didn't he? I remember smashing up the studio.
Right.
That was like the swan song, wasn't it?
The year before, I think it was when he missed those two at Anfield. We were top of the table then, weren't we? I think under Jose. And at the end of that season, that was Bale's season, wasn't it? It was 2021. And I went to that game and Bergwijn scored the most fantastic goal. He hit a shot, got the ball, cut in, and he hit a most fabulous goal. And
what, Man City?
No, against Villa. We lost 2-1. Reguilon scored an even better goal, but it was an own goal, unfortunately, from the edge of his own area where he skied it over the keeper. It was a mad night. There was like 4,000 in the ground. It was the weirdest night. But Bergwijn scored that day. He just, unfortunately, I don't know. He just wasn't good enough. John, he wasn't good enough.
Ian, this is what I'm saying here, yeah? When you watch a game of football, there's the tangibles, then there's the intangibles of a game of football, okay? When you watch a game of football, the tangibles is the finishing touches, the goal scoring, the finishing touches to something, right? The intangibles is like the link up play, how you're creating chances, stuff like that, right? When you're watching Son right now, he does not commit the man. He doesn't put them on the back foot. He doesn't take on the man anymore. He just recycles the ball back inside. So from that perspective, he's not doing anything wrong. That's the way you look at it, right? But there's also the other side of that, which is a player that is willing to take a risk, willing to take on a man, runs at the opposition, puts them on the back foot, gets into a goal scoring opportunity and fluffs the finish, right? I would much rather take that person over the one that just keeps the ball recycling. Would you not agree with that or not?
No, I wouldn't. I'll tell you why. Because however much Sonny has dropped off, Sonny will still score the odd few goals, and
That's
Werner won't. And Werner won't.
That's the tangibles I'm talking about. That's
No,
the tangibles I'm talking
But
about.
hang on, John.
The intangibles,
Tangible or
everything else.
intangible, whatever you're arguing, it's about winning. It's about scoring goals. At the end of the day, you can argue
No, it's
about
creating chances. It's about creating chances. What is Sonny,
Right,
what
guys,
is
I'm gonna
Sonny
do-
doing at the moment to maintain his position in the side that's creating chances, other than his credit in the bank?
you cannot play Werner in that team. He just is not good enough. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not saying Werner over Son. I'm just saying just take Son and look at his performances in the intangibles.
John, hold on. We all agree here because you joined
Son's
late.
dropped
We
off.
all agree that Son is washed. We all agree on that. None
No, I
of us
think
disagree with
I
that.
think Ian wants him there. I think Ian wants him there.
No. Ian has said Sonny's come to his.
Sonny, it's quite sad. It's sad, John. It's sad for me.
Sad. It's like putting the family dog down. It's like putting the family dog down with Son, right? But we're reluctant to do it.
Ian agrees with you on that, though. He agrees. He doesn't
I
disagree.
I don't think Ian agrees on the fact that which one would you rather have? The player that beats the man, gets in front of goal and misses the
None
chance.
of us.
or the
None
player
of
that
us agree with you on
doesn't-
that. None of us
What?
agree with you on the Werner Son one.
Yeah, unbelievable. It was the same thing as Jovino at Arsenal. All the Arsenal fans hated him because they didn't think he was technical enough. But he was the only one that actually getting into a goal scoring opportunity. You'd always rather have that man than the one that doesn't get into the goal scoring
We can
opportunity.
listen. We can
That's
we can agree.
straightforward.
Look, we can agree to disagree on this one because we're going to be all night doing this one. I've got a quick member for 18 months. Elias says Werner has 3 assists all across comp. Son has 7. Werner does not have more assists than Son. To compare Werner with Son is embarrassing. Elias, you're looking at stats. John is looking at who creates more chances or who's more effective in the game. That's where. Listen, Elias, I agree with you, but John's point of view is different. Bring it, big boy. Member for 20 months. Big up to you as well, guys. I just want to end the show on this. There were some post-match comments from Ange. There's one in particular I wanted to bring up. That wasn't this one. Not this one. Aha, right. Now. Oh, is John Cooper gone? Yep, I think his internet's cut out. Guys, what do you make of this? So Ange Postecoglou was asked if he thinks he should be worried about his future at Spurs. Because this is going to be the big talking point. Because some of us are expecting tomorrow morning an announcement from the club he's gone. Others are saying, no, he's here. When he was asked about it, he said, I separate myself from that. This is not about me. But what is about me right now is I have a responsibility of the group of players I have to try and get us through this. And that's what I've got to focus on. For me, to focus on anything else is abstaining myself from the responsibility I have. I'm just determined to get us out of this. The club is doing its best too. Now, 2 questions here. Number 1, when he says that he's focusing everything on this and he's determined to get us out of it, he says this every week and it gets worse. Secondly, when he says the club's doing everything it can too, what does he mean by that?
I don't know. It's for me. It's like really, really cryptic, to be honest. It can mean a number of things, if I'm being honest with you. He doesn't probably have the answers either. What the club's thinking, but he's got to go out there and say something. Still, he's got to go out there and face the media at the end of the day. But your question: are you asking whether his position is untenable or whether he's worried about?
I'm asking that he's getting asked the question now by the media, so the media must sense, look, you're on the brink. Listen, his facial expression at 3-0, he knew he was in trouble. Levy, they zoomed in on him. He was texting away, and he looked that cold-hearted Levy look of he's about to assassinate another manager. It just feels like it's coming. But then when he's asked about it, all he's saying is, I'm trying my best to get us out of this. That's all I'm focusing on. But he's beginning to say the same thing every game when he's asked. And then he made this comment about the club is trying everything it can too. What does he mean by that? They're trying to bring in some decent players because we brought fucking no one except for a goalie.
Still, he's in trouble. He's no fool. He knows he's in trouble. I don't know what else is he meant to say. I think he fielded that question very well. That's not my responsibility. My responsibility is the players. That's what I would expect him to say. I wouldn't expect him to react. The guy asking the question is asking him to react to it. He wants him to snap back and give him something that's going to give him a headline. And Ange is not doing that. I don't think he's done anything wrong there. I think everybody can see what's going on. We're no one's fools. It's we're all watching the same games week in, week out. So for me, listen, I would be.
Do you think he's getting sacked? Do you think tomorrow morning there's going to be breaking news?
I will be very disappointed still if he's not out by this time tomorrow.
But do you think the club will? Because we ask this question every week, and he's like he's got a black belt survival.
He won't be out. He won't be out.
How long? I must tell you, we've now dropped another position this weekend. So it's 1 point.
2 positions.
Is it 2 now? I thought it was just Palace that we went below today.
We went below Man United yesterday.
Oh
no, you're right. No, you're right. No, sorry, no, you're right. It's 1. It's just 1. Yeah. Sorry.
I think we went from 12th to 14th, didn't we? And then to 15th.
I felt like the midweek was this weekend. Sorry.
And at what point does Levy say, "Hang on, enough's enough"? I mean, Levy was there. However clueless he is on football, he couldn't fail to see how poor the side was. It was rudderless. There were no tactics. There were no systems. Players were out of position. They were getting beaten to most balls in that first half. It was absolutely dreadful. And Levy was at Tamworth last weekend, 2 weekends ago, and you're looking at it, and you can't even beat a non-league team. So how bad does it have to get before he actually says, "Hang on a second, my asset's depreciating here"? And that's because to him, that's what it's all about. And we're just going down and down, and we're going to get sucked in. We're a few points off at the moment, but this is relegation form. We're not quite in the relegation zone yet, but if this carries on another couple of weeks, we'll be there. So at what point does he say enough's enough? But
do any of you think that Daniel Levy is keeping me in the job? Because Levy's scared that if he sacks Ange, then all the fans will point the finger at him and no one else. And then there's no more outs. There's no more get out of jail cards. There's no more managers he can pull out. Unless somehow he buys Poch out of his American manager contract and brings Poch back. So I think that might win the fans over. But other than that, what move has Levy got left to play where the fans will be like,
he's going to have
a wow the fans?
He is keeping Levy is keeping him in because Ange as an entity is the perfect yes man that's going to kind of keep Levy nice and buffered and insulated within his role. If you remember what Levy said, I'm going to read it out here. He said, "We made a conscious decision that we wanted a coach who would understand what we really wanted as a club, which was to play attacking football to enable everyone to enjoy coming to a match and to be entertained, and also someone who would understand the importance of the academy," right? If he was to now take that out, what's he going to fill that in with? He knows Ange represents everything that he's last spoken about and everything that's going to be the yes man entity that's going to keep him nice and buffered. How is he going to replace that?
John, do you think he's going to want to lose hundreds of millions of pounds?
Sorry?
Do you think he's prepared to lose massive money by getting relegated? Taking the chance of getting relegated.
Yes, man.
I don't think he's going to envisage us getting relegated. I don't think he sees it. I don't think he's going to even consider that at the moment. Not yet.
But even the money you earn from finishing in the league, the higher up you finish, the more.
I think we're in trouble.
No, we are in trouble, but Levy's not going to see it that way yet, is he? Not until we're like 3 or 4 points above the drop.
So that's your cut-off point then. If we're 3 or 4 points above the drop.
I mean, I would get rid of Ange now, but I'm talking about Levy and what he sees and what his vision is.
Yeah, that's
He's the
that's
ultimate
what I meant.
man.
Sorry, John.
That is why he's giving Ange much more time than he would any other manager, because he represents the yes man. He's protecting him. He's playing the good football. He's the antithesis to everything that went before him. He's backed this guy. He's dropped the weight. He's cutting the wages for all the players. Right? He doesn't want to get rid of Ange because he knows that's a good thing for the business.
Yeah. No, you're right on what you're saying with the business thing. I mean, at the end of the
hold on a moment. Fans are go on, Dan. Sorry, go on. Speak.
he's at the end of the day, he's Levy's little bitch, and they're all there is to it.
Exactly. That's why he's
what it
giving
is.
him more
But
time.
on the other side of it, I agree with what Stel said as well. Like, if he gets rid of him, you've got this side that don't like him anyway, and then all the ones like the Ange sexuals and that are going to be all over him. But on the other side of it as well, I think he's already got his day numbered with him. And again, I'll say to you what I said to these. He's going to wait until February and then get rid of him and say, I couldn't spend any money in transfer because look how bad he was. I thought I'd give him a chance to keep you lot happy, but we've still lost another 3 he had to go. Levy saves plenty of money and then just has to put a bit of money on the new manager.
Yeah, so he avoids the January transfer window, basically.
Exactly. I was saying that 3 months ago. I reckon he'll do that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, of course. But can you see how
Levy written all over it?
He wants to string Ange along as far along as possible, and it's always it's a little bit of marketing as well there. You know, project, youth, entertaining, good football. These are all the sorts of things that can keep Ange in his position, because everyone's going to be kind of like, give him more time, give him more time. These are all marketing buzzwords to keep him there longer, right?
And the way he sticks up for Levy as well. I mean, half the stuff he says, we know people have to read out a book, but then the other stuff he's gone and said as well, which you don't have to. I mean, he couldn't blow Levy any harder, really, could he? I mean, he's just sucked up to him and basically covered his ass on everything.
That's why it's the perfect rom-com, mate.
Yeah, he's Levy's little bitch through and through.
But that's why he's been given more time. That's why Levy is giving him more time.
I think the other point, Dan, the other important point is he's got to have a plan, a succession plan. You can't just say, "Fine, you're out," and then what?
His name is Ryan Mason.
And he's getting to that point where most people are taking him in.
Let me ask a question to all you guys, right? I'm going to give you a situation. If you were to consider a situation where Spurs got relegated, but it meant Levy and Enic left forever, would you take it right now? Yes or no?
Yes.
No.
Hang on, go round the room.
All right.
I said yes.
Let's go this way.
What was the question?
So, yes, I'm yes. Has?
I don't know. I never want to see us relegated, so no for me. As much as I hate Levy.
Dan, if Spurs got relegated, but it guarantees Enic and Levy are gone forever, would you take it relegation?
Baked potato. See you later, mate. We can go down because we'll come back up in a year or two.
That's right.
Because probability-wise, we're going to bounce back
if
in the next
5 years to come back up, I'd still say I'd do it just to get that prick out.
Short-term gain, short-term pain for long-term gain.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
So Hass is a happy clapper.
Yeses. Are we all
Hass, you're the
yeses or
happy
not?
clapper
Yes
this
or
week.
no?
We all take it in turns.
I don't care. It's all good. Makes for great TV.
Oh man! Listen, guys,
Cass, man,
we're
you're
gonna
letting
wrap
the
it.
team down.
What's that?
You're letting the team
Cass,
down.
you're letting the team down, brother.
Yeah, sorry, man. Someone had to go the other way, so I did.
Do you know what's funny? If you look in the chat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everyone's saying yes. Everyone says yes. See that
Probability-wise, we're probably going to bounce back. Probability-wise, we'll probably bounce back up the next season.
No, but
Maximum 3 seasons. But at the same time, sometimes these things need to get really bad for you to grow. If things just sort of stagnate as they are, you don't.
We asked this question. We asked the same question after the Arsenal Spurs game, and we were split. I think as the losses continue, more people are going to start saying, "Yeah, just relegate the club, get them out."
Yeah. I mean, John, with what you said there, again, I'll agree with you on that one. Sometimes you got to hit the floor before you can bounce back up, basically.
Sure.
I agree with that. I've got to agree with you on that one. I can't debate that one. It's true. Whether it's football or life, sometimes you just got to
Yeah,
hit the
look,
floor
I
to
mean,
get
so,
back up.
sometimes you've got to bottom. It's like when you break up with a girlfriend, right? You've got to play the sad music. You've got to really bottom out and feel like the deepest, darkest place you can ever go to before you can
Do
actually
you?
rebirth.
Do you?
Yeah, unless you go to
Why's
that
that?
down to your Wetherspoons and get laid. But
Why
yeah,
is that?
you know what I mean?
Then we live two
Sometimes you've
different
got to
lives.
bottom
Then.
out. Yeah, mate. Fair enough, but look, sometimes you got to hit rock bottom to rebirth, right? If you're constantly stagnating just above that point
Yeah.
of
Sometimes you got to.
decay,
You're right.
nothing changes. You know, sometimes you got to allow things to collapse and hit reset back to factory settings before things can change, right? If you're trying to stop it from resetting back to factory settings, you'll never actually have that proper change, that transformation. So, mate, I don't care if he gets us relegated. Maybe that's the best thing that ever happened to us in a perverse way.
And if we get relegated and he's still there,
Forest aren't
He
doing too
won't be
badly.
there. Come on, man. He's not going to be there if
it's
we
just
get
our luck, though.
relegated.
It's just our luck, though, John, isn't it? I mean, come on, let's be honest. It's Spurs we're talking about. Everyone will be
Yeah,
celebrating if we get relegated. Yeah, they're going to go. But like, guess what? We're going to stay. We're going to come back even bigger and better. We're going to do this. We're going to have 2 race tracks. You know, hey, come on. It's just Spurs' luck.
At least if we got relegated, it would have to put a halt on finishing the hotel. He wouldn't get to build his hotel. He'd have to wait. That would be another bonus.
Still stressing about the hotel. Yeah, at least he won't get to finish the hotel.
Anything that brings pain to them. Anyway, listen, guys, we're gonna wrap it up there. Tomorrow night we've got our show at 8:30 p.m. Come check it out. Our Monday night podcast. Myself, Iggy, Mari, all the rest of the boys, whatnot, JP, and the rest of the crew, Lee, Maz, and then on Tuesday on Big Up lunchtime, I'll be doing my tactical analysis. Here's some screenshots. Tactical analysis show on today's game. Come check it out. They've got some brilliant technology that I can use to do the analysis. I'll put the link on the community page tomorrow for the Tuesday show. Come check that out. I want to say a quick thank you to all the people that put super chats. We had a lot tonight. So I want to personally thank you all one by one. Big up to Avacron, William, channel members, Michael, Bring It Big Boy, London Nomad, Vindaloo. You're a gooner, but we love you. Kind of. Big up Phil. Time to dare to do. Massive super chat from London Brawl. Thank you so much. Mike Zappa, Mike from Poland, also channel member. Another massive super chat. Big up. Sanilas, thank you so much. Lead Scum, Jay Brown, Mr. Daigle himself, the original Levy Out crew. Della Spurs, best name in the business. Love it. Sava, as always, thank you. A user with a couple of super chats. And Spider, who I believe is a Liverpool fan. I've put a link in the chat. Email me to come on a show, Spider. I'm happy to do it. Bring It Big Boy channel member and Elias there as well. Dan, when's your next show, bro?
Either tomorrow afternoon or Tuesday afternoon. One or the other. I'll make my mind up.
Make sure you go over and check out Dan's channel. I've got a link somewhere. There it is. Hotspur Hood. Like, subscribe, follow his channel. Make sure you check out his next videos. They're always lively. Big up also to Brian Daigle that came on. I do have a Tottenham on Tour one somewhere. No, I don't. Check out Tottenham on Tour. Just type it into YouTube. Tottenham on Tour. You know the boys, Ben, Ryan, Brian Daigle, all the crew there. John, what's going on with you? Are you just doing your own channel, nothing to do with football? Or are you back now on the Spurs?
Yeah, I can't watch Spurs. I can't invest all my emotional energy to Spurs. Otherwise, I'll just kill myself. I think you've got to stay sane in these moments and know when to put your energy into something, when to take it out. That's the way to stay sane. Be in it, but not of it. Okay, remember that, guys. Be in it, but not of it. Otherwise, it will take your sanity away.
Yeah, I think I'm balls deep. I think I'm finished.
You're fucked, mate. You're absolutely fucked.
Absolutely finished, honestly. Lubo, are you on any shows tomorrow?
No, I'm listening to yours, and I'm with Sean Butler on Tuesday.
Oh, is that the Enic Levy debate?
That's the Enic Levy debate. Yeah.
Come on, it's hands down. This no brainer. Are you on any shows, or you just came back because you fancied? You just needed to speak.
No, I've been planning on coming back on a few shows before, but today was just like the tipping point after that ridiculous bloody game. So no, I do something completely different to this now. So I do a podcast every week on a Tuesday with my friend Broski. We talk about shoes, as you can see when I had my video up. And yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing now. Just stuff on Instagram as well. And just now and then, sometimes I pop on a show or two. Today it happened to be Tottenham away. So thank you very much, Stel, for having me on today. And if you do want to follow me on Instagram, it's HB Kicks.
Mate, check out Haz. He's got massive passion for sneakers, as they call them in America, but I call them trainers. HB Kicks. Ben, listen, I'm so sorry, man. I don't know. My internet just went to shit when I came on your show today, man. I don't know what happened. I'm sorry. I was gutted as well because I had plenty I wanted to say and I wasn't able to. So apologies for that. Guys, thanks for being on the show. It's only been 4 hours. Also, thank you to Rez and thank you to Dietrich as well because they were on the show earlier. And Mari and Brian Daigle. Big up to all those guys. If I missed anyone out, I'm sorry. We'll be back tomorrow at 8:30. Come check us out. On that note, do you know what? I can't even say come on you Spurs anymore. I just want it to end. Just want it to end, man. Just like end it.
Ange out.
Do you know what it's like? Yeah. It's like being in a bad dream and you're waiting for it to end. And you just can't believe what's going on. It's just
someone sent me this today, right? Every pound is a prisoner. You got the stadium on fire, you got the F1 helmets, the NFL helmet. This sums us up. Squid Games, yeah. Fucking this is what we've become, man. Anyway, listen, guys, we're out of here. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. We'll be back tomorrow. Yeah. Bye.
Come on.
The first game we look for, Robbie. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away.